Hi, hello, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hopefully, everybody's doing well and feeling well. Flash Monkey, thank you so much. In the helm with a tier 1 subscribe for 30 months on a 30-month streak. I don't think my brain slept much. I agree. I apologize for starting a little bit not late. I mean, between 10 and 11. I think is the start time. So we're technically not late. But yeah, I went to sleep. Like I went to bed at about 1 a.m. and then I woke up at about 6:30. So I'm kind of like, I don't know if I got a whole lot of sleep. I also didn't do my video from yesterday, so I'm like, I know today's going to be kind of a crunch day, and it's not a great feeling to have knowing that you didn't sleep well. But we're gonna hang out for a little bit. We got some fun stuff. I got my coffee, so we can chat about things and then eventually play a game. We'll figure out what we want to do. Yeah, I didn't have too much as far as topics. There's this thing about Dispatch, which I'm not super familiar with Dispatch, but Nintendo is censoring the game, and I'm kind of curious about that. I'm kind of thrown off about that. I had just some small stuff I want to talk about. I still want to try and figure out what I want to do next for the channel. So maybe we can talk about that a little bit. Wait, what? KH, what's going on? No name if I didn't say hello to you. Hello. Dragoon, what's going on? Just finished a dentist appointment. As far as I can tell, the Japanese PS5 release. Oh, wait. As far as I can tell, the Japanese PS5 release is also censored. So it may be related to Sero. Oh, so there might be some other reason that this is happening. I wonder why, though. I wonder what it is. Like, because apparently you can't even undo it. It's not like there's going to be a toggle where you can turn all of that stuff on. So it's kind of weird that they're doing that at all. Even if there's a censorship issue, right? Because that's what Sero is. It's wild that the censorship wouldn't relate to anywhere else. And if it is related to Sero, then why not have it available in other regions where Sero isn't the thing? Ryan, what's going on? Yeah, hello. Connie, what's happening? You're getting your hair cut? Why don't you get them all cut? Oh, Sero's a lot more strict about nudity than ESRB. So then in the ESRB regions, why don't you allow it? And then in the Sero regions, you just block it. If that's what if it's that much of an issue, why don't you do that? An ad hoc, for whatever reason, didn't make a separate NA or EU release. That's so weird. Also, to No Name's point, apparently the department, what's this? Department of Censorship is a Japanese thing, not a Nintendo thing, and more likely the developers just don't want to make the two different versions of the game for global and Japan, because the Switch and Japan PS5 versions are unique versions of the game. So, okay, So help me out here. Ryan, thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. Titty equals bad, which is not necessarily true, though. And I don't mean from a social standpoint, like it's not bad. I mean even from Nintendo's standpoint. GVG made their video about video game franchises that should come back, and only one of the 10 games I voted for barely made it. Jonathan Stone, what's going on? Yeah, I don't really... This blocking thing doesn't... Okay, so let me ask you a question. Dispatch... where has this game been available? Because if this is a censorship problem, is this the first time the game's coming to Japan? Because wouldn't Sero block games like that? Oh, are we talking about titties? Let's go. They didn't just take away the censor option in Japan. They built a new game, they built a new build tag, re-edited the entire game, and re-edited the entire game, but didn't affect the main game. Hey, we're talking about titties. Let's go. Basically this, for whatever reason, Ad Hoc didn't make separate versions. Japan don't censor titties good as well as others too. Hold on. We're all over the place here. What do you mean Japan doesn't censor games? Hold on. Or rate games? What are you saying there, Dragoon? Who is Sero? I thought Sero is that Europe's censor thing, or is that Japan's censor thing? Yeah, it's a lot of effort to cover titty. Japan doesn't rate PC games. Oh, okay. So they don't have ratings on PC games over there. Okay. That's what was throwing me off. So Dispatch, all right, so here's my other question. Dispatch has been on what systems so far? Because isn't it coming to Switch, but it's been on PS5? Is there a Japanese PS5 version of the game? You use PEGI in Europe. There we go. Oh, that's right. PEGI 19 or whatever the heck they said. Yeah, so is there a PS5 version of the game? And you're saying that it's a different game? This is what I'm confused about, because my whole thinking about this has been, Ryan actually brought it up on Blue Sky, and I think a lot of other people are bringing it up. PC and PS5, but not a Japanese PS5 version until the Switch port came out. Will the Japanese PS5 version also be censored? Let me ask you that. I don't know, like pegging, let alone 18 times. PEGI 19. What the hell is on it? GTA 7. No. What are their ratings? What is it? It's like 14 and 17 or something. General, dropping 10 gift subs. I very much appreciate that, General. You don't have to do that. But I do appreciate it. Thank you so much, General. Good morning. I appreciate that. Very, very much. Everybody, be sure to thank General there if you got a gift sub, or just thank them in general for thank them in general. Oh wait, Flash, I owe you a Gonzalez suit. I'm very happy with the Tomodachi Direct. Gonzalez, ore wa tsuyoi, ore ikara silver point. Thank you so much, Flash, for that, and General again for the 10 gift subs. Very, very much appreciate that. Oh, wait, hold on. Gotta click different buttons here. I just left the dentist. Wait, so did Dragoon. Wait, are you the same person? Oh my God, Ronan, what's going on? Japanese PS5 version with PEGI. I got words about them. They're the reason Pokemon had to remove the game corner. Oh yeah, you're right, because it's gambling. The Japanese PS5 version is the same as the Switch version. It's out now. It's out now that the Switch version is out. And is that one edited? Is the PS5 version of the game edited? I'm just clarifying where we are on this position right here. PEGI goes 3, 7, 12, 16, and 18. Okay. For when parental, that's why for when parental presence is recommended. And okay, so it is edited over there. Yeah. Wait. So the PS5 version of the game is edited over there too. But it's not edited here, right? The game is out here and it's not edited, but the Switch version will be edited. Yeah, I feel like I'm just confused. Otaku, what's going on? Good morning. It's morning here, so good morning. The Philippines use PEGI ratings for their trailers on YouTube. Blurred. It's fun. It's fun. Wait, so it's so fun, but it's so fun. Better to say Nintendo did it. There we go. What's weird about PEGI 3? I don't know that. So what is Stone? PEGI 3, like that's the recommended early age. I don't know. I find, like, I'm trying to think of what game I would think is like, oh yeah, you 3 years old, go for it. I guess that's why I don't really think about games having some level of complexity where you have to designate 3-year-olds. It's not like a slam on it or anything. It's just kind of like, that's interesting. I don't know. I feel like we always had just like a standard under 12 or 10, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like that's what it is. Yeah, stuff like the Peppa Pig game. See, here we usually just call that for kids. and then we don't really have an age. I think that's what it is, Stone. I think it's the fact that there's like a 3 and then a 7. What did you say? Hold on. 3, 7, and 12. For in the US, we usually just say like under 12 and it's fine. And then most people just kind of suss out, oh, okay, this is probably better for my 3-year-old than my 11-year-old. I think that's what's throwing me off. It's just like the 3 and 7. And even if you remove the 3, I feel like 7 and 12 would be like, okay, yeah, 7 is for like the edutainment stuff, yeah, like the really, really basic stuff. And then, up to 12 is, it's still kid safe, but it's a little more complex. And then you start getting a little bit more into teenage content and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems weird to me to say like if you're 7 years old, this game is fine. If you're 3 years old, this game is not fine. Yeah, Barney's Adventure for the Genesis, obviously. Bluey and Peppa Pig come to mind. Like Paw Patrol, like we have Paw Patrol here. I don't know what everybody else does. KH, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, we are on a hype train. So if you've got bits or you've got Prime subs, feel free to use them now. Reminder that the ESRB did have an early childhood rating. Yeah, did they really have that? I always thought it was just kids. Like K or either E for everyone or K that was specifically designed for kids. I was able to beat Zelda 1 when I was like 5. When did I beat? I mean, I didn't get an NES until I was, 8? Was I like 8? 9. I was 9 years old when I got an NES. So I probably beat Zelda around 9 or 10. Some Barney games on the Genesis had an EC rating here. To better phrase it, Dispatch came out on PC everywhere, but on PS5 everywhere but Japan. The Switch and Japanese PS5 versions just came out, and they are the same censored build. Oh, okay. So, yeah, that is kind of interesting that it doesn't sound like it's... Yeah, because you're right. It's more attractive. It's more provocative to say, oh, Nintendo did it. It's like, no, Nintendo didn't censor the PS5 game. The company... Now... The question was, did Nintendo ask the company to do it? But even if they did, they wouldn't have censored the PS5 version unless it was just out of convenience. So yeah, this is kind of an interesting situation because Nintendo's got this weird. They're in this weird position where everybody calls them the kid system, and we say that it's probably not the kid system. But then they come out with a game like this, and people say, "Oh yeah, it should be censored." It's like, but is it a kid system or is it not a kid system? Because I'm having trouble looking at it. I'm having trouble looking at Nintendo, and I've had this for a little while. I have trouble looking at Nintendo and saying, oh, yeah, kid system. Bayonetta is on there. And Ryan said this in Blue Sky. All those hentai games that are on there, hentai sliding block puzzle games. Conquer was an old project. Was an old I can't say franchise really, but they had these things on there. So they're not exactly, hey, let's put as many raunchy games as we can on here, but they don't seem to fully shy away from that. And isn't Baldur's Gate 3, or isn't there been rumors about Baldur's Gate 3 coming to the Switch? And if somebody mentioned Cyberpunk, like apparently Cyberpunk is on the Switch and it's just completely unedited. Like, there's no censorship in Cyberpunk, and in Cyberpunk, you can change the size of your junk. So there's this weird kind of disconnect where it's like, oh, they shouldn't do this or they should do this. So I from Nintendo's standpoint, I just don't understand. I don't understand why they would want to do this. And I know that it's not Nintendo. I know that it's most likely it's the company that's doing it. But I wonder if Nintendo had any influence on it. I wonder if they were like, is there a uncensored version, or maybe it wasn't Nintendo. One of the things that happens a lot is it's Nintendo. But there's Nintendo of America and there's Nintendo of Japan and there's Nintendo of Europe. If this is the decision that was forced by Nintendo of Japan because of their social, I mean, their whole social structure is kind of weird when it comes to nudity and sex and games and whatnot. Especially when you roll it into violence. I think that violence and nudity in games is kind of a similar issue, but they're treated differently. So it's like we're mad at Nintendo. Like, well, okay, let's be mad at Nintendo of Japan if they're the ones that forced it. I'm old. My first was the Atari 800. I want to say, and old edutainment, Super Solver type of games, like Carmen Sandiego and whatnot. I just don't know how you could okay Bayonetta and all the sexual shots they do of her in all her games, but Dispatch has to be censored. Like, get over yourself, Japan. Yeah, and it really does feel like a Japanese problem causing more issues. I'll be honest, I kind of wish that Dispatch would just release 2 different versions. I don't know. I forget the name of the company. I'm just calling them Dispatch. I wish that they would just release a different version of the game. And I do think it needs to be stated from a game playing standpoint. I do think it needs to be stated how intrusive that will be to the experience. I feel like if they cut out whole scenes or if there's a big giant blur on the screen, like I do wonder how they'll handle it, but it will it impact the experience? But at the same time, you don't have a right to change the experience because it doesn't bother you or it does bother you. I think it should be what it is, and if it succeeds, it succeeds, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't think they should be editing it. I think that's pretty much the common thought. Cyberpunk is censored in Japan, but I don't believe it's censored here. Is it not censored here? So then the logic of releasing 2 different versions of the game does exist. Or putting in a censor, like building a censor into the game so you can do all of that. Yes, it's not easy. I feel like I need to throw this out there because every time we talk about something like this, it comes up. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying just put a filter in. No, it is obviously work. But you're talking about the release of a game and its ability to make sales. Stores aren't going to want to carry it if it's got nudity, so they probably want to censor it. But then gamers don't want to play a censored version of a game when that censorship starts to intrude on the storytelling of the game. So what do you do? After playing through Bayo 1 and 2, it isn't as raunchy as you might remember. Yeah, I mean Bayo, we bring up Bayonetta. Bayonetta is super sexy and everything, and it's there's a lot of gyrating going on, but there's no genuine nudity and sex going on. There's some nudity, but there's no sex going on. So it is kind of a different thing. But Cyberpunk is pretty out there with what it has in it. If they bring Baldur's Gate, like imagine them trying to edit Baldur's Gate if that ever comes to the Switch 2. I just find it kind of weird that a titty is sometimes more. Stone, I don't find it kind of weird. I find it absolutely absurd. I find it absolutely absurd that I can turn on a TV show, not a cable show, not a streaming show, a network television show, and there will be violence and there'll be gunfire and death and blood and all kinds of stuff. But if you show a boob with a nipple, you can get a massive fine and they can pull your show off the air or whatever. I don't find it a little weird. I find it absolutely absurd. Double standards for censorship is dumb and inconsistent because of stuff like this. We have to censor Dispatch, but pretty sex maid girls pole dancing mania is perfectly fine on a Nintendo store. And let me ask you, those nonsense nudity hentai games, are they on the Japanese eShop? Because if that's the case, then what the heck, Japan? What are you doing? You're going after a game that is kind of high profile to an extent. And you're hacking at them, and then you have all the other junk filling up the store. Gaming has gotten to the point where we need to look at people and say, gaming is not just for children. Parents need to pay attention and actually parent. Stop your kids from playing those kinds of games. You have to. You have to. You know where we've had this problem, Sean, forever? We've had this problem in the U.S. in probably some other areas. We've had it in the U.S. with animation. We've had it with animation forever. you can't make an animated adult film, or you didn't used to be able to, I should say. You couldn't do it. You couldn't have adult themes and you couldn't have adult things happening because animation is for children, and we weren't supposed to ever do it. And you're missing out on really good storytelling. You're missing out on the ability on storytelling that isn't limited by the medium. But you can't do it. You're not allowed to do it. Should I bring up Clement's video on Galgun? Party shit. It's ad hoc. Yes. Okay. That's the name of the company. Somebody else was saying it earlier. We complied with Nintendo's rules, but didn't change the game itself at all. But also chose to cleverly not mention that the Japanese PS5 version was also censored, and still hasn't acknowledged that. This feels like ad hoc chose not to make an uncensored version, uncensored option. But why? I don't understand why you wouldn't make an uncensored. Here's the problem. Here's the problem with the concept of making an uncensored version. You're not making an uncensored version. The uncensored version already exists. It's the original game. Am I right or wrong in that? The uncensored version of the game is the game. What they're making is a censored version of the game. We already had many push the conspiracy theory that I bet Nintendo America CEO did. I'm not going to listen to that because that's nonsense. I wouldn't listen. I'm not even going to acknowledge that because it's nonsense. I really don't care. I didn't really care if it's censored in one region. However, if it's everywhere else, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, okay, you censored it in Japan because Japan has these weird rules about it. Fine, you don't do it everywhere else. Don't do it everywhere else. What this means is that they made a censored version for Japan. Not that they need to make an uncensored version for everywhere else. They made a censored version of Japan for Japan, and then they're making everybody else play it. Well, they're not making everybody else play it. People can just not buy the game. Question is, are the hentai games showing full nudity? I believe they are. I thought they were. I was telling my parents learn real quick. Video games weren't just stuff like Mario. When I put God of War on the living room and this sex mini game came up. We may never know. An ad hoc probably doesn't feel obligated to explain, which is that's their fault. Then that's their fault. Then they shouldn't be mad when if gamers decide I don't want to buy that version because that's not the full version of the game, because it's not. It's technically not. That's the misconception. For the Switch version, they made a new version and redid assets to comply. Yes, that's what I'm saying, Dragoon, that they made another version for the Switch. They made a censored version specifically for the Switch. Is that not what you're talking about? So tangent. My grandpa's wife bought The Black Swan to Family Movie Day and ignored me when I tried to tell her tell her about the content. It's just ballet. It's fine. Oh, Stone. Yeah, whenever that happens, you just sit by and watch it happen. Just sit by and watch it happen. Unfortunately, different countries and regions have different standards. I'm going to see if the hentai games are showing full nudity. Check back in with us. Just saying it's more of a sad reality. No, it isn't because Ad Hoc did the easy thing. They passed all the blame to Nintendo, so they are coasting. But it's not. I don't know. It's just not the easy thing. It just doesn't feel like the easy thing to me. It's the thing that they went out of their way to do. They went in and they altered the game because probably Nintendo of Japan told them to do it. That's not the easy way. The easy way is we're not going to make a censored version. We either you accept it or we don't make it, and we don't release it. Which I know they don't want to lose that money, and that kind of sucks. But the easy way is to not comply with them. That's the easy thing to do. I got a BG3 report because Larry said in Q&A we wanted one, but Hasbro said no. Dragoon, can we move past believing what all of these people say when how many examples do we have of them say, oh, it's not going to happen or it can't happen? And then it does. It just takes years. I'm not going to listen to that. We'll never get a Baldur's Gate 3 Switch 2 edition. We probably will. We probably will. You know why? For the same reason they probably made the uncensored version or the censored version of Dispatch, and the same reason they do everything else. Because somewhere along the line, someone is going to remind them, wow, you can make a lot of money doing that. And they're going to say, okay, yeah, it sounds good to me. The easiest thing is to quote Rage Against the Machine. How do I remove the hentai games from Steam listings? Supposedly Nintendo was talking about that. I did hear that. That all of those all of the hentai sliding block like all the nonsense stuff on the Switch. Supposedly they were going to start doing something where those games get pushed down. I don't know how that works. I mean, Ahoxide very fast. Nintendo asks, so no one is blaming them. They're saying, "How dare Nintendo?" But why did Nintendo ask? Why? That's my point. Is like if that's the case, why did Nintendo ask? Why? Because Japan is it Japan specifically, Nintendo of Japan, and they have very different social rules? Because their social rules, forgive me, I know that I'm gonna probably be canceled for this, but some of their social rules are stupid. The fact that you can have these ultra-violent video games, but then there's a character that gets naked, and all of a sudden it's not any good, while your eShop is cluttered with hentai games, it's ridiculous to me. I'm sorry, that's stupid. You're not going to convince me that that's a good idea, that it makes any kind of sense. Not social rules, legal rules. But where do the legal rules come from? The legal rules come from social practices. The fact that you can show nudity, but you can't show sex, but you have to show a certain kind of nudity. They have to be dressed a certain way, or they have to look a certain way. I mean, how long did we have boobs without nipples on them because it's illegal? Like I don't understand it. It's and I know that this is more of a cultural. Cultural is probably the better word. This is more of a cultural difference. That okay, then it's a cultural difference. But you're not going to convince me that it makes any sense. And again, if that is your cultural practice, totally fine. But why is everyone else getting it? We do the same thing here. We do the same thing when we talk about certain things that people are allowed to do or they don't want to do. So now nobody gets to do it. It doesn't make any sense. Like the sense of yeah. I mean this is a culture, a society that will show all kinds of sex and stuff, but when there's a penis on the manga page, there's a black bar across it. Like we don't know what it is. And it's not even across the whole thing. It's just like little thing. Like, tell me that makes any sense. It doesn't. It's stupid. I'm sorry. It is dumb. And I love Japan, but it's dumb. No, it's something we'll never know until they make a statement about it. And I want them to make a statement about it. Meanwhile, Tamagotchi life is it's okay to be non-binary. Which is actually kind of does lean into it, yeah. A reminder that Mortal Kombat is banned in Japan. Wait, they don't get Mortal Kombat games in Japan? So they do have some problem with violence. So it's not the rest of the game, it's just that part of the violence. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's ridiculous. Speaking of stupid Nintendo decisions, they're basically making it impossible without a capture card to share Tamagotchi life stuff, aka the social game where you play around with Miis of people and want to share your fun experiences. Oh, so I didn't watch the thing. You need a capture card. I'm very upset that the Sumo Association is very intent on blocking professional sumo for women. Interesting. The game itself, besides having some scenes censored, the game itself and its plot haven't been changed at all. It's all the same. The fact is badly, and in fact is badly, what? The base game just played in censored mode. Strange that many are acting like the entire game was fundamentally changed. Okay. Hold on. Because I do need to address that. It's just strange that many are acting like the entire game was fundamentally changed. if my neighbor or I go to a public place and they have the statue of Venus, you know, the statue of Venus, the statue of the lady with the boobs out and no arms, and I say that's disgusting, you should cover up the boobs. Isn't that censorship of artwork? I can still see the Venus de Milo, thank you. I can still see the rest of the statue. I'm just covering up the parts that will offend the eyes. But isn't that offensive? Isn't it offensive to take a piece of artwork, to take something that somebody created and that other people can and have revered, and say, I don't like this one thing about it, so no one else gets to look at it? It is a big deal. It's not a big deal, and this is what I was saying earlier. It's not a big deal in the sense of your gameplay experience, but it is a big deal in the sense that how far does that go? Why does somebody who decides that they don't like what they're seeing get to tell everybody else that they're not allowed to see it? And then how far does that go? When are we now blocking just any image of female skin, right? When are we going back to wow, that ankle, right? When does somebody start complaining that guys are too shirtless in their games and we have to do that? At what point are we allowed to say, no, I don't want you to tell me what I'm allowed to consume? I am allowed to consume media, whether it arouses me or upsets me or makes me happy or do anything. I have a right to consume media, and other people don't have a right to tell me what I'm allowed to consume. That's why it is a big deal. Yes, from a gameplay standpoint, it's not a big deal. You're going to get the same sequences and you're going to see what it looks like, and you're going to move on in the story. But from an art censorship standpoint, it is intrusive. Penis don't have a filter. Penises don't have that filter in real life. Yeah. Or the everything sexual needs to be a joke. Etchy humor is ass. Get it out of my stories. Sometimes it's fine all the damn time and everything. Sean, there have been a few shows, anime, where I've started to watch them because they have an interesting premise, and it turns out that they're either etchy shows or they tend to throw a lewd joke in there once in a while. And I can't tell you how many times I watch that and think, wow, this is actually kind of intruding on my experience. I actually do kind of wish that this wasn't etchy or anything. I just kind of wish I could experience the story. 6th Advance Japan has cut out the soldiers beating Celeste, and that extended to all releases of 6th Advance outside of Japan too. Why? Basically, you have to either save your pics videos to the SD card and then take the SD card to your computer to upload the internet, or just use a capture card. What? It won't save through the app? My point is that they already included in the base game the option to censor everything. The Switch version censored. They just took away the option to turn it off, which is intrusive. Regardless of how you say it, that's what's happening here. Regardless of how you say it, they're saying if you buy this game, you are getting a censored version of the full game. You are not getting the full game. Even if what we're missing is 0.01% of the game, you're not getting the full game. Nah, these hentai games show full nudity. Have you seen what credit card companies are doing? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I mean, it matters literally in that something is happening. But you don't compromise. Don't compromise the creation of your artwork because you're not going to make as much money. Because you are going to make some money. That's what's even crazy. It's not like you're not going to make no money. I remember the time Marge Simpson got Itchy and Scratchy censored and they went after Michelangelo's David and she suddenly thought they went too far. That's the perfect example. That's the perfect example. If you're fine with it, good. If you're not fine with it, okay. But you don't have a right to shut it down for everybody else. That's why this all sounds like a big deal. Because I know that there's people that probably will hear a lot of this stuff and think, oh, they're kind of blowing it out of proportion for a video game that I might not even play. You know what I mean? But it's still censorship. It's still a piece of art that someone created that other people are telling you this is how you have to enjoy it because I don't want to enjoy it in a different way. That's what it is. Nintendo's honoring any refunds for the Switch version if you aren't happy with the censorship. Good. I think everybody should return it. Go buy it on Steam. Go buy it on somewhere else where you can play the full version of the game. Imagine Baldur's Gate 3 and you can't have sex with the bear. What is even the point of the game? Edgy or etchy? Yes. Get the tits out of the way if the cool kind. Like, I do kind of feel that way. There are times where what was the I always bring this up. What was the movie that was like it was like the porn movie, but then it had the action sequence in it, or it was an etchy movie, but it had the action sequence. The thing with the bowling alley, and was it Kite? Is it Kite or is it Kite? Like, you watch that scene, and if you watch that scene, you might want to watch the movie. Like, that's the sort of scene that would make you say, "Oh man, I kind of want to watch the rest of this." And then you go and watch the rest of it, and you find out that it's like a etchy porn movie, and like the action sequence was out of character for the movie, and your immediate thought's probably going to be, well, this is stupid, but do more of the action stuff. Comes from an ancient belief. Oh god, I'm not even gonna read that out loud. Which the Sumo Association kept with the excuse of its tradition. High school female rikishi have to practice sumo outside on the dirt and don't have a professional scene to pursue afterward. Like, that's such a shame. And I guarantee you that there's a lot of sports that have stuff like that, and it's all cultural. Hentai game show full nudity. Yeah, no excuse. I was in the game for 3 to 5 minutes. Darren brings up a point about payment processors being jackwagons. Then drop them. If Visa's not going to let you buy your games, then drop Visa or MasterCard or whoever you have, or drop your bank. Switch to PayPal. There are other options out there. There's a massive problem, and I'm trying not to get too conspiracy theory here, but there's a massive problem where we have been, and this is intentional. I'm sorry. I'm putting on my tinfoil hat here. We have been so beaten down with every horrible thing that could happen in the last 20 or so years, and more, really. We've been so beaten down that we just don't want to fight back. And as a result, there are way too many companies that can just change however you do whatever you do. Oh, we have to be okay with censorship because my credit card company doesn't want to let me buy the game. No, then you have to have a problem with your credit card company. You don't have a problem with anything. You say, my credit card company, how dare you tell me what I can and can't spend my money on? But we don't want to. We don't want to. We would rather just play. Oh, we'll just play something else. Like, no, I want to play this game. I want to play this game in the way that it's intended. And I've got someone breathing down my neck telling me that I can't. And that's rotten. I think that that's rotten. PayPal's also starting to say you can't spend money on that. All right, then take my cash out of PayPal and go buy gift cards and use the gift cards to buy the things. If it's going to be that much of a problem and I need to worry about what my company is going to let me spend my money, like, I want you to think about how that sounds. I want you to hear how that sounds. Hey, did you play that new game Dispatch? I wanted to, but PayPal said I couldn't. I want you to hear that in your head. And then I want you to start applying it to other things in your life. When's the last time you had a slice of pizza? Oh, I can't have pizza anymore. Visa won't process the charge if I try to order a pizza because they say it's not healthy. Oh, I can't buy soda anymore. My bank says soda's bad for me, so I'm not allowed to buy. How much of that kind of thing do you have to have happen to you before you realize, wow, this is ridiculous? This is kind of absurd. I'm disappointed. Where's the physical tinfoil hat? I probably should get one. People are lazy and apathetic. I mean, that's probably where we are right now. Problem is, Visa and MasterCard are the only global ones, I think. Amex and Discover don't exist. I know Amex doesn't. I didn't know about Discover. I thought Discover's whole thing was that you can sort of take it to new places, but we have PayPal, we have Venmo. I know there are other ones. Those are the only two that I really think of. It's not really the car company. It's the religious right to start. See, yeah, and that's and the problem is that's where you start to spin off. Is it like, why are the credit card companies doing it? Oh, it's because of these organizations. Well, why are these organizations doing it? It's because they're religious. Well, why are they doing it? Because of it starts to sort of chain reaction. It's like you just keep digging, and it almost feels like you'll never stop digging when you start looking for it. When it's time to have tradition of having the mayor of the hosting city deliver the trophy. If the mayor happens to be a woman, they will tell her, you can nominate a substitute to step onto the clay and deliver the trophy. Oh, wow. Like, that's horrible. Stone, that's really terrible. It's so ridiculous that one time someone was going into cardiac arrest in the ring, and two women in the front row jumped to help him, and one of the officials was more concerned about I can already see where the rest of that's going, Stone. It's terrible. Many, including myself, have protested it, but so far they've been like, yeah, but we don't care enough. Then, all right, then don't buy the game. Then nobody buy the game. There you go. That's it. Nobody buy the game. But we won't do it. We won't do it. Yeah, no one's okay with it, but unfortunately, money talks. They'll only listen to those with the deeper pockets. We don't want you to use our service to buy this thing. Like, what? You don't like money? More making the point. We shouldn't point at Japan and also not notice that our country is actively doing something potentially worse. Our country is doing horribly worse. let's make sure that I don't want anybody to misconstrue that. I am 100% sure that the United States of America is way worse than anything Japan is doing. But it doesn't mean that that they're not doing something. You know, just because someone else is driving 100 miles an hour doesn't mean that you're not going 90 miles an hour, right? You're both breaking the speed limit. You're both countries are guilty of things, lots of things. But just because one of them is worse, it doesn't mean that the other one is off the hook for anything. Why do credit card companies care if at the end of the day, no matter what we buy, they profit? Yeah, I don't, because somebody inside the company, there's some influence going on, and we all know where it's coming from. I'm not saying don't be loud. Yeah, absolutely be loud. Just don't be surprised if they don't budge. Yeah, and if they don't budge, they don't budge. And gift cards are sponsored and produced by the car companies, saying you can't spend that money also. Yeah, I guess there are like Visa gift cards and stuff. I searched for Venmo, and the closest result I got on the Apple Store is Venmo blockchain wallet. Ew. Talking about the card thing. The game thing don't bother me. Not censorship. We're basically at the breaking point of another civil war. Yeah, I mean it's getting bad. We can't be worse. We're winning. Oh yeah, sure we are. Sure we are. No name. We are not winning. They are winning. That's what's going on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like this. I don't like this idea. And again, the you can say that it's really not that big of a deal. It's just one game. It's just one region, which is not one region. It's because of one region. You can say all of that. But first, the bottom line is, it shouldn't be happening, because we should be allowed to receive the media in the way it was designed, and we should be allowed to consume it if we want to. And B, more importantly, where does it stop? Again, it's nudity, or it's sex, because I think it's an actual sex scene or something, or close enough to it. So what happens when it's just any kind of nudity? What happens when it's nudity for men and women, for male and female? What happens when it's not nudity anymore? What happens when it's violence? What happens when they think it's too aggressive? What happens when they don't like the language that they say? What happens when they try and cancel a developer because somewhere in the game somebody uses the R word or something? It's too much. It's too much. We've been dealing with this sort of we've been dealing with versions of censorship now for way too long, and it's obnoxious. And it's intrusive, and it's wrong for the people that develop it. It's wrong for somebody who draws a picture, but because there's some boob on it, people don't get to see the picture at all. Yeah, I want scantily clad men. We're fine with it for the most part. Yeah, who's we? I certainly won't fault anyone who doesn't buy Dispatch and Switch for this reason, but it isn't as devastating to me. It's not catastrophic to me either. I don't even know if I would buy Dispatch. Dispatch has been out, and I could have bought it, but I haven't bought it. It's not going to be catastrophic to me from the standpoint of playing the game. But how long do I have to sit there and not say anything? Or how long should I sit there and not say anything before it is one of my games? How long until somebody has a problem with the fact that at the end of a Metroid game, Samus is in a swimsuit, or even just takes her helmet off? Yeah, we got the ESRB for that. And never lived through the early MK and Night Trap days, but I bet it was insane. Fortunately, General, it wasn't that bad. Is it wrong and hurtful to the devs if the devs make that version without complaint? Wait, is it wrong and hurtful to devs if the devs make that version without complaint? It's still wrong. I'm happy that they're happy to fix the problem, but it's still wrong. If I have a picture of Venus or a statue or the statue of David, if I got something in my house, if I got a portrait of the statue of David, and someone comes over and says, I don't like how that looks, cover it up. Okay. If it's somebody that I actually give a damn about, is it difficult for me to cover it up? No, of course not. I put a Post-it over it. I put a big, long Post-it over it. But do I want to do that? Do I want to have to do that? That's not right. If you're not happy, if Final Fantasy changes something, that's a different problem. That's a different problem. I see what you're trying to say, but that's a different thing altogether. The magnitude of those two problems is different. I've never seen much of this Dispatch game. Is there nudity and stuff like that? There's a sex scene in it. Samus taking her helmet off suddenly, and it's suddenly a problem. Is making me think think of some still real and present parallels, but I won't specify. And even that didn't go that far. Yeah, you come into my house and tell me how to rearrange my furniture? You mean it's a girl and her name's not Metroid? Yeah. I don't think it's the same thing. I think that one of them is about the direction of the gameplay experience in a game, and the other one is about censoring something on a moral reason. The whole if you don't want to play Final Fantasy, if you want to play Final Fantasy, play Dragon Quest, all of that stuff is about the direction of a franchise. It is not about a morality issue in a game. That's why it's different. There's a difference between changing a game because the controls aren't great or the gameplay is different, and changing a game because you saw a boob and you have taken offense to it. They're fundamentally different things. One also changes a lot more than the other one, but for the reason that it changes it. It's you're not thinking about the reason that it's changing it. Why is this change happening in Dispatch? It's not a gameplay decision. It's not a new direction for the franchise or anything like that. It is being changed for a morality reason. The whole Final Fantasy transitioning into a more action sequence, and if you don't want that, you play Dragon Quest, has nothing to do with morality. There's no question there about what we want our children to see in that way, right? In that very specific way. This is happening because somewhere along the line, someone said, ooh, boobies, and they threw a fit. Yeah, I'm sorry. It just, I know that spun out of control, but yeah, it just bothers me. It bothers me. And I worry that it bothers me, and I feel like it should bother more people. Again, I don't think it's the most catastrophic thing going on right now, especially in the United States. But I feel like it should bother people. And it just doesn't. And everybody's like, okay, until the thing they want, it's like Ryan said, everybody's going to have a problem with it or they're going to be okay with it, or they're not going to say anything about it until they start coming for the things that you want and the things that you like. Okay. Moral of the story, stop censoring hentai games. Yeah. If they're adult games and they're meant to be adult games and they're meant to have adult themes and grown-up things happen in them, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. You know what the censorship is in that? The censorship is putting an M on the front of the box and telling people these are the things that are in this game. If you do not like these things, don't buy the game and complain. Just don't buy the game. That's just the way it is. Movies are the same thing. You're telling me that adult films or adult sequences or nudity in major films shouldn't be a thing because somebody has a problem with it? Language, we're not supposed to have bad language in movies because some people have a problem with bad language? No, it's that's out of control. You'd be out of control to suggest that. And we've seen it. We've seen that sort of stuff happen before. We've seen it in like censoring movies, taking movies out of schools, right? We see all of that. And kids are pretty smart on what they are and aren't supposed to watch. I was playing Dark Watch when I was a kid, and there was a sex scene in it. I immediately skipped and she asked why. And I said we weren't supposed to watch that. Yeah, I used to watch like violent movies with my family, and I would sit with my mom sitting there, and I'd sit there like, even as a kid, I'm like, I feel like I'm not supposed to be watching this. Like, I knew I wanted to watch it because I was a kid, and I'm like, ooh, I get to watch something violent or bad. But in my brain, I knew I'm probably not supposed to be watching this, right? That's more of a point that it's fine. It's fine when it happens to stuff you don't care about. Though even when it touches a thing or subject we do care about, and now we want others to rally with us. No, okay. In that I can get that. In that I can understand that. Yeah, and I'm very much like that. Like if it's gonna change, it's gonna change. I understand that. Like that's why I say that. That's why I would say like, oh, we'll just go play Dragon Quest if that's the experience you want. But that's because it changed naturally. That's because it evolved naturally, and again, because it didn't evolve due to a moral complication. It didn't even, Final Fantasy didn't transition over to an action sequence type game because somebody had a moral problem with turn-based combat. They did it because, we want to try something different, and it slowly eventually evolved, and now we're at a point where it's actually kind of good. But none of that happened because somebody said, I don't like turn-based combat because of some moral reason or some cultural difference, so now we're going to remove it from the game. Like, that's my problem, is why it's happening. You have to consider the why, because the why is everything. When you ask why, when certain things happen, asking why is the most important way to get to the bottom of it. It's the simplest way to say, yes, why did this occur? And then there's people who grew up with GTA. Buy me Bone Storm or go to hell. I was curious of why I couldn't watch the Street Fighter 2 anime back then, and then I found out it was only the shower. Right? That was the only problem with the Street Fighter 2 anime was the shower sequence, and that was tame even by Japan standards, I think. Turn-based combat is a symbol of the old dictatorship here. Part of the reason it won is because it didn't have much discourse. Remember, the Game Awards will avoid drama. The Game Awards is drama. The last true turn-based Final Fantasy game was 10, and that was over 20 years ago. Bone Storm sucks. You see Chun-Li naked? Yeah, I guess so. But we still take issue. If they did have the uncensored option on Switch for everywhere but Japan. But again, Cyberpunk was censored in Japan, and no one cared because our version was fine. It's not my job to fight on behalf of Japan. If Japanese citizens have a problem with it, they're the ones that need to step up. I am not trying to change the Japanese version of any game. I am trying to change the American version of the game, the United States version of the game that we get, and I am trying to make sure that the developers of whatever piece of artwork it is can get their product out in the way that they intended to. If the Japanese market wants to block them and they truly don't want it to be blocked, then they should tell okay, we're not going to put it out in Japan. We're not going to do it. It's up to them to do it. I can fight my battles and I can fight the battles for the people that I know and care about, but I can't fight everybody's battles. If Japan has a problem with getting a censored version of the game, then they can reach out to the developer and say, listen, we don't like this. And if the government is telling them to stop it, then they can say, all right, government, we would like this version. We would like you to stop intruding on what we enjoy. That's it. I can't fight everybody's battles for them. I can barely fight my own. Naked woman, how horrible. Can you also tell them not America? I know how you're saying it all. This does sound very. It's only a problem if it's my problem. No, it's a problem, but I have to decide which problems I fight for. There's lots of problems. There's a ton of problems out there. I'm not sitting here advocating for cancer, but cancer is a problem. But I can't sit here and fight every single battle. I just can't do it. Right now, we're talking about this specific fight. If another fight comes up and I feel the need to jump in on that, I will do that. But I can't fight them all. Yeah, we're talking about third-party titles on Nintendo system, which you can get on other systems. But apparently, Ronan, the other systems versions are not or are censored, or not the PC one. Yeah, we do what we can to make our life and our community better. Yeah, nobody can. That's right. I can't really entertain that idea. Like, oh, well, it's only a problem. It's a problem for me. No, if it's a problem for me, then it has more of my attention. I think all of the problems of the world should be solved, but I can't solve them all. I can only talk about the ones that if affect me and interact with, and I shouldn't say affect me, interact with me, and then I interact with. That's all I can do. At some point, you're gonna have to realize you can't win them all, and you can't even fight them all. It's just frustrating. It's frustrating because in this horrible, horrible time that we've been living in for a while, these things are escapes for people. It is a way to disconnect from whatever horrors are going on right now, so that we can escape into a world where maybe we have some sort of control over it. You know, and I know that people like to throw around escapism like it's a negative word, but really it's not that bad of a word. When you have a long work day, right? Boss is being on your ass, maybe you're having problems at home, so you go to the bar and you get a beer. And that's what you do to relax. Isn't that a good thing? It's great. As long as you're not an alcoholic. It's great. But that's escapism. That is ignoring the problems that you're having in your life, because realistically, you have to, because you can't think about everything horrible all the time forever. So you escape. You go into video games, you go into books, you go into anything like that. So what happens when you go to escape into a book and then somebody has blocked out words that they don't like, so you don't get to read them? Is that okay? That's not okay. But you can try to catch them all. I'm tired of catching them all. I went to get coffee and I have a Keurig. Put the pod in there, press the button without a mug underneath, and just watch the coffee spill. Oh no. I do think someone who deserves more blame in this than they're getting is Ad Hoc themselves, who made the choice because, as we've seen, other companies are more than able to make non-Japanese uncensored games. Yeah, and I do give them crap for it. I absolutely give them crap. Ad Hoc, is that what they're called? I give them a lot of crap for it. Like, why did you comply? And we know why they complied. They complied because they want money. But I feel like, I don't know, even from a money standpoint, I feel like you do better to cater to the American market, to the U.S. market, and the European market than just the Japanese. Isn't the Japanese market like the smallest one? I hate to be nitpicky in that way, but isn't the Japanese market the smallest one? Wouldn't they, if money was their real goal, wouldn't it make sense to cater to the largest market, which is the U.S. market usually? Oh, yeah, our Keurig is broken. To be fair. But the general consensus is this is Nintendo's fault. And that needs to change. To be fair, the U.S. market is bulging pure. I mean, it started by Puritan, so. Did the legit office stare at the camera afterwards? I blame them more because if they censored the other versions on top of the Nintendo versions, that's a problem. Which apparently they did, Ronan. Apparently the PS5 version that's coming out over there is also censored. So and we were talking about that earlier. So yeah, I do agree. I agree that Ad Hoc should be the one at blame for this. But it's also up to people whether or not they buy it. And if they don't go to that's how you control it. It just sucks. It sucks that that's happening. What's going on today, Latimer? Nothing much. Getting heated over Dispatch. Getting heated over a game I probably won't ever play. Jeff, what's going on? Oh, wait. Hold on. Who was that? Was that? Oh, was it? Hold on. I owed somebody a Gonzalez suit from yesterday, I think. I'll have to find it. But the PC version is still good. As far as I know, the PC version is still good. Yeah. Heated gamer moments. Oh, wait. That's different because if it's in Japan only, then it's not really our problem. No, Ronan. So the way that we understand it now, the way that Ad Hoc apparently put it is that Nintendo asked them to censor it. This is my understanding of it. Nintendo asked them to censor it, so they made a censored version of the game, but that is the version of the game that's just coming out on the Switch. So when we get the version of the game for the Switch over here, it's going to be censored because Japan's market wanted an uncensored one. So when we get the console version here, it's going to be censored. That's the issue, is that Japan decided they don't want to see boobs for some reason. So they talked to Ad Hoc about censoring the game, and then the censored version, that censored version of the game is the one that's coming out everywhere, I believe. That's how I understand the situation to be. So it's like, that's ridiculous. Nintendo didn't ask technically. They said, we followed the rules on Nintendo's terms. Wait, if we followed the rules, then you're right. Nintendo didn't ask. They have a rule. If it's Nintendo's rules, then Nintendo has a rule. So they didn't ask. They told them, you have to do this. So it would be more accurate to say that they made them. That's worse. Yeah, which reflects Japanese law, but that's ridiculous. Because there are hentai games all over the damn system. There are games that have nudity and stuff. They're there. I can't. Android gaming is PC gaming. Yeah, Japan made them, but again, we're going in circles. Yes, Japan made the rules, but they're making everybody else follow them. If it was only Japan, that'd be okay, but that censored version is going to be everywhere because Japan made a rule. No, you'll lose me. You'll lose me with it every time. You will miss me every single time you try to convince me that it's okay. Is it the worst possible thing in the world? No, of course not. It's not even close. It's not even remotely close to being a horror of the world. But it sucks. And it's crap. And you have to be upset about it. Otherwise it just gets worse. That's true for a lot of different things. How many crappy things do we have to deal with now in the video game world? Just the video game world. How many crappy things do we have to deal with because we didn't say no? Because when they started doing DLC for games, we didn't say, all right, well, we're just not going to buy those games anymore. And when games went from $50 to $60, We didn't say, I disagree. I'm not going to buy $60 games anymore. And then when it went from 60 to 70 and when it goes from 70 to 80, how much of that happens? Sure, because they start making a bad decision, but we accept it. We accept those bad decisions and we say, okay, so how far does it go? Yeah, still on the dispatch thing. The dispatch, and you know what? You know what, Drakith? And I think that's why this bothers me so much, because it's not the dispatch thing. This is the same conversation that we keep having. It is a censorship problem. It is the ability to make art and distribute it and consume it the way that the art is intended. And you have other people who have a problem with the art on a moral basis, and they are making everybody else follow their rules. That's what's happening. It's dispatch this time. But what happens when it's art? What happens when it's a painting or a movie or TV shows? I mean, we already think it's ridiculous when they send stuff to China that has skeletons in it, and they either don't send it there or they have to edit the skeletons because they have a cultural problem. They have a cultural problem with it, I should say. We look at that and we think it's dumb. I think it's dumb. It's fantasy. The PC version has a streamer mode, which turns off boobs. So why didn't you just put that? Okay. Do your favorite please run for governor of Florida? Because the censorship stuff down here is getting absurd. Florida, of all places. Right? With notorious news outlet shenanigans, because they got some weird rules about like stories coming out. And apparently they're bad on censorship. That's pretty rough. It's like listening to an early Tyler, the Creator song, censored, the message is gone. Florida man. Yeah, the rise of Florida man. All this is Ad Hoc being too lazy to make a non-censored build for non-Japanese markets on Switch 2, despite having a non-censored build on PS5 for non-Japanese markets. It just doesn't make any sense. We do also get into a weird category where we're all kind of saying, if we don't have an issue with it, you're not allowed to have an issue with it. Yeah, I think that does happen, and I don't believe that. I believe that we should be able to speak out on things. I know that things are going to be more relevant to us based on what we care about and what we don't care about, but we should all be allowed to speak out on what we have an issue with. The amount of books and subjects that are now banned in schools now because of the stupidest reasons is just tragic, especially since most of the game is pre-rendered FMV. Just more suffering from existential dread at the moment compared to this stuff is all. Yeah, no name, and that's kind of part of it. That's kind of what I was saying. Like it just doesn't feel like a big deal because we have so much other stuff going on. We're all struggling in some way. It feels like everybody's struggling. And so when stuff like this happens, we just kind of roll over and we just take it. We just accept it because I don't have the energy to fight this anymore. I don't have the energy to fight this and worry about where I'm going to pay my bills and worry about my own mental health and worry about my own social and relationship status and worry about going to protests for ICE and right. Like, how many things do I have to take on all at once? And I blame Ad Hoc for that because Japanese law only applies to Japan, not for outside countries. Making a censored version for everyone isn't in Japan is stupid because the rest of the world doesn't fall under Japanese law. And it really confuses me because it sounds like you're making another version of the game. It's like, why though? You have a version of the game. You port it to other systems. That's we've been doing that for decades, porting games to other systems. I'm not saying Royal we are kind of saying we don't mind the nudity. We don't mind the nudity, Japan. So how dare you be bothered? No, I have no problem with them being bothered. I think it's stupid. I think it's ridiculous that they would have a problem with boobs. But if they want to have a problem with it and the people don't want to speak out and the devs want to comply with everything, then that's fine. But you don't have a right to tell the rest of the world they have to do the same thing. You don't. censorship history, which is bad because most history gets lost in the sands of time already. I'm not accepting it so much as, oh God, I got to pick my battle. That's what I mean. I got to pick my battles. And this is just one that I wanted to just discuss. And I know it'll probably never come up again, right? Ad hoc's not going to say anything. They're just going to do it. People are going to decide whether or not they want to buy it, and they'll probably buy it anyway. And then it'll go away. And then no one will think about it anymore. People will think about Concord more than they'll think about Dispatch's censorship. But for right now, I wanted to talk about it for a little bit. The U.S. has done that historically, yeah. Things society we both are tired of fighting and growing extra sensitive about fighting for the few things we have energy for. Yeah, I think so. We get more dug in. Now we're the battles that we're willing to fight, we fight feverishly against. Yeah, I do think that's a thing. It's ironic because anime boobs is their bread and butter. Yeah, I mean, listen, I won't get into that. Because if I'm going to sit there and have a conversation about Japan's mismatched or mixed, is it mixed matched or mismatched? If we're going to have a conversation about, their behaviors when it comes to that kind of stuff, it'll go all over the place. Right? Oh, we can't have mismatched. We can't have sex scenes, but we can have nudity with characters that look like they're 12, right? And I love anime, but let's not act like they don't have these weird thoughts about what it's supposed to look like, even when they do allow it, right? There's just some things that I avoid because I don't like the imagery of it. I don't like the implications of it, and it happens, and we can sit here and act like it doesn't. But it sure does. I think both can apply. Okay. The bad thing is that because this is censoring nudity, most of the criticism will be deflected to go look at porn, Gooner Brain. It's not really that. That's not really the issue here. There's so many fights going on in the past few years. I just want Scorched Earth for the entire universe and reset itself. I mean, Atomic, the more we have all of this stuff happen, the more and you know what's funny? This has actually been happening. This is something that's been happening for a little while now. The more of this kind of crap we have to deal with, whether it's the censorship is the lightest issue, right? Talking about like the real problems that are going on in the world. The more we have to deal with that, I think the more people have started to sympathize with villains. There's this big rise of the idea that, maybe they have a point. Right, Thanos had a point. Omni-Man had a point. People say like, I would just burn it all down. Isn't that your average cartoon villain? That they want to steal a bunch of nuclear bombs and then drill them into the center of the earth to blow up the earth because the earth sucks right now? There's such a sympathy for the villain because I think people are starting to look at villains depending on their motivations and going, yeah, I kind of get it, right? I want to blow up the earth. My medical coverage was so high, we couldn't pay medical, and my wife passed away from a treatable illness. But because of the medical industry, so now I'm going to blow up the entire headquarters office building, and I'm going to bring everybody down. And a lot of people are like, yeah. Is it an overreaction? Absolutely. Did you expect a reaction? Yeah, kind of. So it's so interesting that we are kind of there. Thanos did not have a point, at least not in the MCU. His plan was stupid beyond hell. I'm banking on being isekai'd myself. Look, you're out there. Yeah, Otaku, please don't tell me you're out there looking for the truck. People keep having their one bad day. Those games are rated for that. Very hard ratings. So I do, also wonder if part of the issue is Dispatch didn't want a higher rating. Yeah, they wanted, because money. They wanted it to be more accessible to more people. But I think that's ridiculous. Yeah, you're not looking for the truck. Okay. Thank God. Yeah, it's just fascinating. It's fascinating just where we are right now. And like you said, it's why do issues like this come up and they become so hot? Because we have so much stuff that we don't have control over. So the last thing I want is for my escapism to be intruded upon by other people who are probably causing a lot of the same problems that we're having in the rest of the world. Kind of hoping I'd be dead. Jesus. A game like Hatred will be looked at as a masterpiece because blowing up the earth at the end of the game will match a lot of people's feelings. Like, yeah, like imagine at the end of the game the villain wins and you think, oh, thank God. I'm glad that happened. Thanos had a literal universe manipulation hack at his fingertips and still decided, nah, this is how I'm solving overpopulation. I've always been kind of back and forth with the Thanos thing. Like, I don't agree with the idea that if you just make more resources. I actually very much disagree with that idea. But it's the problem of, well, what if we tweak the plan, right, with Thanos? Like, what if he did it at random? But the reality is, you, from a random standpoint, you could end up with a lot of the crappiest people surviving. So why not use the mind gem to when you expand throughout the universe? Why not use the mind gem to sort of speak on the hearts and minds of the people and decide from that which one of those should be okay, which one of those should survive? Like, there's a lot of back and forth that you're going to look at and go, ooh, well, if we tweak the plan a little bit here. Wonder Man was awesome. Was it out yet? I guess it probably, what was it, yesterday? Yesterday was the first episode. When G-Quark's White Gundam came in early, I was gonna order more Gundam. All 8 episodes are out. Oh, okay. Is it good? Yeah, by that logic, Thanos wouldn't survive to see his vision. So my thought of that, Latimer, I think they did try to say that because he was the source of the energy going out, that he was immune to it. That because he was the one that snapped, he didn't get hit with it. Because if that wasn't the case, then when he snaps his fingers in the movie, realistically there was a 50-50 chance that he dies. So I think the logic was that he was immune to it happening. It's really good. Dispatching a sense of Mortal Kombat's totally fine on the Switch. But I mean, when you think it kind of is already censored because of them Switch graphics. I do think this frustration has led to many silly or overall pointless issues becoming massive issues for some reason, because it's what we can fight for. And a lot of the time they're signals for other things. You know, again, the dispatch thing. Dispatch is dispatch. You're going to play it or you're not going to play it. But the dispatch thing speaks to the larger, more serious issue of censorship. That's why it feels like it becomes such a big thing. It's not just dispatch. It's not 100 million people arguing because they want to see boobs in dispatch. They just don't want their experiences censored. And they don't want to sit there and wait for one that is more relevant to them. Wonder Man is more of a character study than it is a superhero show. Out of all 8 episodes, there's only one action sequence in the whole show. Interesting. Sorry, I can't. No, that was fun. I understood. You know what? You know how you can solve people not want to hoard new resources. Snap your fingers and remove that thought from the universe. The only reason to kill half the universe when you're near omnipotent is because you want to kill half the universe. True. I just think you could have been, and it's kind of like you said, Stone. I just think you could have been a little bit more discerning about which half it was. The fact that you did it at random is like, okay, but the bad people can still survive. Well, now we get into the what is good or bad. Can the Stone or the user Thanos actually judge impartially? Yeah, because and Dragoon, because now good or bad is an issue of opinion. What does good or bad mean? What is your moral thought on it? What if you're a really good person and sometimes you watch adult movies? Right? Let's just call them adult movies. There are some people out there that still think you're a monster for watching adult movies. There are people out there that think watching adult movies is cheating on your partner. So when you make a decision about who's good and who's bad, you're making a moral decision. Yeah, what if you pirated an indie game? Get snapped. That's why it's a problem. That's why, because you're not doing it with any quantifiable values. You're doing it because you don't like it, or you have some sort of moral problem with it, or you don't have a moral problem with it. You know, it's like drugs. It's like there are people out there who think all drugs should be illegal no matter what, but then they're fine with sugar, which is always kind of weird. But then there are people who are the other way around, who are like, oh yeah, all drugs should be legal and people should just make their choice about what they do. It's like, I don't fully disagree, but that feels extreme. And if the user is immune to the effects of, then they can't be impartial. Spouse accuses you of cheating, watching porn. Tell them you're learning new strats. Oh yeah, you're checking tape. You're checking tape for new plays. Oh, I like that. Oregon in a nutshell. Coca-Cola was made with cocaine originally. Yeah, people had a problem with it, so they got rid of the cocaine. Actually, but to be fair, Otaku, they took the cocaine out and started doing that separately. They were just like, well, we don't want to not have cocaine. We just want it to not be in the soda. Yeah, that's it. That's what adult movies are. You're just checking tape for new strats. How dare they censor my cocaine cola? Watch porn with a notebook and glasses and a pen. Oh, you're just sitting there. You're literally taking notes. Oh man, I love doing Diet Coke. Oh my god, Diet Coke is it's just flour. This is good. Maybe watching porn for tips is like you got to be all sort of backwards. Maybe it's like playing what was the Armored Core game when you play with the controller backwards and you're like, oh, it makes more sense when you turn it around. Okay, that. How can I enjoy my Coke without my Coke? Listen, everybody knows if you want to enjoy your Coke, you just need a bigger straw. That's it. You just need a bigger straw. Use one of those plastic tube that the really big pixie sticks come in. Just cut both sides, drain all the pixie stuff out, and then you can use that big plastic straw, and there you go. You got yourself a good day. Probably your last day, so don't do that. But Sherlock Holmes did the cocaine. Don't you want to be smart like him? Is that Stone? When they warned me about drug dealers in my neighborhood, they should have told me that was what I had to be on the lookout for. Right, hey kid, you want to do some drugs? Ew. I never had in my life. I've never had anybody say, "Hey buddy, hey kid, want to do some drugs?" But if I had to worry about somebody saying Sherlock Holmes did cocaine, don't you want to be smart? I'm like, ooh, that's good logic. That's good logic. Hang on, babe. I forgot phase 2. Let me put the board back on. All right, executor. Whoa, executor. It's rewind time. All right, this is just spiraling into silliness. That's always the best though. So there really wasn't much else. My parents told me to eat my spinach to be strong like Popeye. So now that we're hyped on morality, let's talk about emulation again. That's why he's called Major Stoner. But I'm here for the silliness. I know the silliness is always good. All right, so jumping topics here. The Tomodachi Life thing was out today. I didn't watch it. I don't particularly care about Tomodachi Life. Was there anything worth it? Like, do I even have to ask if we should watch it? I feel like there's probably not going to be a point. Is anybody here even like Tomodachi? Like, is anybody here that's like, oh yeah, absolutely, Tomodachi, I'm all about it. I'm not saying that there aren't. I feel like I don't know anybody other than GVG. Like, they seem to be really happy with the game. They made a direct for Tomodachi Life. It was today. This morning at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Eastern. You can get married to chat and Tomodachi Life. Oh wait, maybe I do kind of want to play it. We got Tomodachi over Nintendogs. Did we ever get Nintendo Cats? I know there was a Cats game, but that Cats game also went along with the dog team. Did we ever get a Nintendo Cats? What happens in the why not just Nintendo Pets? And then you can have any kind of pet. So much customization. I'd still rather play Katamari. If you like Tomodachi Life, you were very, very happy today. I'm more interested in Gen 10 and Legends Galar. I'm not familiar with either one of those. Ben 10 I've heard of. They had a direct for the 3DS Tomodachi Life. It was a bizarre one. Nintendo Slugs. Wait. I'm looking forward to it. Release date's April 16th. Release date is April 16th. Okay, so we got at least one person that is genuinely. What did you? Okay, so Saber, what did you think of the Tomodachi Direct, or did you not watch it? Only John watched the Direct live. Okay, the old 3DS Tomodachi Direct lives rent free in my head. Pokemon Gen 10. Okay, I thought you were saying Gen 10 Alien Force. Oh, Galar. Oh yeah, you're right. Galar is a Pokemon region, I think. I've seen leaks on stuff on YouTube. Connectimals aren't slick. Nintendogs is good wordplay. Yeah, Connectimals. Come on, you're reaching hard there. You'd have been better calling it a Animals Connect or something. Yeah, I had no interest in watching it. I just like, was there anything interesting that they say that, or they're like cool modes or something? The statistic here for Tomodachi is really small. I haven't watched it yet because currently I'm at work, but I enjoyed the original on 3DS, so I'm excited for a new one. I'm gonna watch it when I get home. Okay. Oh yeah, Stone. I will. We'll chat about that for a second. I haven't watched it, but I know a few things. Biggest thing is that it's well, yeah. I saw that they added the what is it like? It's like male, female, non-binary. So I saw that they added that. That's pretty cool. I do like that. I saw somebody had said, and I do think it's kind of cool. I like that it wasn't just some weird third option. I like that it just flat out says non-binary. I do actually really appreciate that. Yeah, other than that, I don't know. Like, I don't even know what I would want to see in that kind of game. So I don't know what I'd be looking for. Can you be gay in the game? I think they all always have been. I don't know. I think you can, though. You can change orientations. That's pretty cool representation. Yeah, and we've seen stuff like that start to happen a little bit more. And it doesn't have to be this dramatic, life-changing, world-changing thing. It can just be little things that you do. The games where they have male and female clothes or man and woman clothes, and now you can just wear whatever. It's little things like that, and I think that that's important. I think that everybody talks about either wokeness or woke fatigue, or they talk about things like that. Political correctness is back. That's what we used to call it. They talk about all that stuff like it has to be this gigantic, world-changing thing, and in a way, it kind of is. But I think what a lot of people just want is just a little bit of representation on a smaller scale. They just want male, female, non-binary. That's great. That's a great option for people. They want to be able to dress their character to look however they want to. That's great. That's a great option for people. You can always check the direct to see if you're interested. Maybe, but I won't watch it here, though. I won't watch it here. Funny thing is that there was a bug in the 3DS version that allowed for that representation, but it got patched out. Nintendo said the next game would allow it. Here we are. They kept their promise. Trying to be the center. Wait. And then consider trying to make look like we are trying to be the center of everything. Yeah. For Gen 10 at least, I don't think it's final, but from what I've seen, wins in waves for Gen 10, and it's Southeast Asia. I think Legends Galar is either unconfirmed or a fan game. Okay. Yeah, so I thought that was kind of cool. I just, but I don't know. I know nothing about the rest of the game. I say watch it, if only to see how bizarre a game it is. I mean, do we watch it here? I don't think we watch it here, right? I feel like we don't. Let's talk about emulation again. No. How do we feel about Android retro gaming consoles like Retroid Pocket? I'm fine with them. I'm okay with them. I have no problem. I'm not nearly as against emulation as a lot of people are. I'm just against emulating things that are already available. That's my biggest problem. The other thing was very small. I mean, it's very small for now, which I think Stone brought it up a second ago. There are images of Henry Cavill, and Henry Cavill is going to be in. Is it a remake of Highlander, or are they rebooting the franchise? I think it said it was a remake of Highlander. I gotta be honest with you. I saw the images. Henry Cavill remaking. It's a remake, right? Henry Cavill remaking Highlander with the guy that directed John Wick. I mean, there's not a wasted word in that sentence. That, to me, just sounds awesome. We need to see it play out more. We need to see who else is in it. But just Henry Cavill alone is fantastic. I am all about that. Not to mention, Highlander is a very cool concept. I hope that they maintain the concept fully. The one thing I never really knew about Highlander was how it happened. Like how this power ended up in all these places, because I feel like by now you'd have whittled it down to the last one. Also confirmed, Russell Crowe, good. Jeremy Irons, good. Karen Gillan, good. Jaimin Hansu, good. Dave Bautista, good. Marissa Abella, never heard of you. Max Zhang, never heard of you. That's a good cast. That's a damn, and I'm not saying those last two are nobodies. I'm just saying I never heard of them. That's a damn good cast. A lot of stuff getting the reboot remake. Some of it's just because they're bad ideas, or there are no, like, people like to say that there are no original ideas left. I think a lot of it, I'm really not. I don't have too much, and this is kind of what I feel about Highlander. What I feel about a lot of things that get rebooted is. Now we get to see it with modern graphics. Now we get to see it with modern special effects. In an easier setting. Like I want to see what you can do with something like Highlander. With a different budget and better special effects. Now that, like, I'm somebody that wants to see that. I'd say creatively stagnant, not bankrupt. Yeah. But then we get to take other things. Check side chat one for the G-Quack. So yeah, I don't have too much of a problem with it. I'm okay with it. Modern graphics. I'm sorry, I'm a gamer. Modern special effects. Quite a few original movies that come out. Sadly, they don't get crazy marketing budget. Yeah, so people don't know they exist. Those movies that end up, the Oscar nomination, the Oscar slop stuff, like all of that stuff is usually pretty original. And there are a lot of original movies. It's probably simpler from a story standpoint, it's probably simpler to reboot something because it gives you a framework. It gives you something that you can work on to build a movie. Yeah, modern visuals. There we go. So I'm very interested in seeing what this Highlander movie looks like. There was another announcement, and this one I think is really interesting. Hold on, let me see if I can find because there's two people. I only remember the one of them. That's the Henry Cavill one. I'm looking for the announcement about Gundam. Not Gunplas. Okay, I don't remember who it was. Okay, KH, who was the other person? That was what I was going to talk about. Oh, Marissa Abella played Amy Winehouse in her biopic, and Max Zhang has been in a lot of martial arts movies. Okay. The original 3 Days Tamagotchi was so bizarre. Have you ever wanted to see Miyamoto dating Peach? Well, you can. So there was an announcement about... No. KH is fully relevant. They're doing a live-action Gundam movie, and I'm assuming it's Hollywood that's doing a live-action Gundam movie, with Sydney Sweeney, and there was another person. I don't remember who they were. I am more open now to the idea of different versions of things. Right? I'm not gonna throw a fit about a Hollywood made Gundam movie with is it Hollywood? Yeah, this would technically be the second live action Gundam. Is there a Gundam just in general? So you're talking about the Ready Player One Gundam. I'm more open to different versions and different interpretations of things. So I don't mind if there's a Hollywood made Gundam movie and then that's how they kind of approach it. If for no other reason, it's a reboot. Dre McIntyre is also in the credit. Okay. Oh, not so much Hollywood. It's Legendary Studios is heading it for Netflix. Okay, so it's through Netflix, which is kind of interesting because Netflix in particular, but some of the other ones too, they are becoming more powerhouses. We had K-pop Demon Hunters in the theaters, and you're saying like this Gundam movie is being headed by Legendary for Netflix. But what's to stop Netflix from saying, you know what? Why don't we put it in the theaters for a little while? If I go, have to get ready for my date. God bless. Later, General, thank you so much again for the donation and just for hanging out with us. I very much appreciate it. Have fun on your date. Gundam G Savior. Oh, wait, was that a live action thing? Netflix used to have several Gundam movies until recently. When I saw that announcement, I saw Sydney Sweeney. I went, she's not great. I don't know she's terrible. It's just, I don't know she's great. But my immediate thought was, this is probably going to suck. But at least I get to see, like, large Gundams. At least I get to see robots fighting. Right? That's kind of where I am when it comes to these kind of announcements. I just think of shuffle on my chair. I just think of what stuff I would want to see out of it. And it's like, yeah, that's all I'm really worried about is, oh, great. I get to see big screen Gundams. Hopefully it goes to the theaters, but yeah, I kind of, when I saw it, and I think I said it on Blue Sky, I looked at it and I went, like, that was the face that I made when I read it. I was looking on my phone, and when I read it, I went, because I didn't know how to feel. I didn't know. Like, the old me would have been really pissed off. Like, a younger version of me would have been like, oh God, they're gonna ruin Gundam just like they ruined Ghost in the Shell. But then I remember the Ghost in the Shell movie, and I thought it wasn't a bad movie. It wasn't really that terrible. It was a little easier to follow than the original anime. Sure, they did this weird thing with the main character because they wanted it to be Scarlett Johansson, but they kind of worked it into the story, so it ended up working. But at the very least, some of the special effects were really cool. So at the very least, I got to see some of those. So when I saw the Gundam announcement, I did kind of think that too. Like, oh, the acting and everything's probably going to be awful. But I really don't care because I want to watch giant robots fighting in space, not on a desert. I like Ghost in the Shell live action. Yeah, I ended up enjoying that movie. If they do what they did with Gundam, with One Piece, it could work. Yeah, One Piece was great. After the MonsterVerse, Hollywood has shown it can do Americanized Japanese franchises. It's just a matter of who's in charge. They just have to make a good product, and it's something that I say about other things. When people are like, "Oh, we don't want this, we don't want that," you do when it's good. You know, oh, we didn't need that show, but then the show turns out to be really good, and you think, "Oh, okay, I'm fine with it." G Savior was live action people, and bad CGI Gundam. Although looking it up, some praise the visuals. I'll have to track down some images of that. Sorry, I'm looking at the white Gundam from G-Quux. Yeah, so I mean that was pretty much it, but yeah, I saw that and that okay. Oh, I did watch Gundam Narrative yesterday too. I did watch Gundam NT. Not bad. I thought that was pretty good. I thought there were 2 movies, but it turns out that they have separate listings for the dub and for the sub. So I was like, yeah, this is good. I enjoyed this. Now the next thing after that is what's after NT? It was NT, and then it was Hathaway. Hathaway was the next thing after NT. But I don't know where to watch it. I think it's on Amazon Prime, so I don't think I have access to Hathaway. All right. Have I watched I've not watched War in the Pocket. Hathaway, good luck. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. Have I watched No. So I did miss a bunch of things in early War in the Pocket. I did apparently miss a bunch of things in early UC. This is 0080. No, so I didn't watch this. It was War in the Pocket. There's... Is it MS something? Hold on. Gundam UC timeline. All right, let's look at one of these goofy images. You should watch War in the Pocket. Is it on Crunchyroll or YouTube? I was thinking while playing Gundam Breaker, I feel the Forza mecha isn't a Gundam because the easiest tease would be to include this soundbite. Hold on. Oh, let me turn that down a little. Yeah, that would have been that's the Gundam giveaway, Lilac. You're right. Hathaway has some cool suits, a really bad main character. 8th MS team. That's the okay, yeah, hold on. Okay, so I watched Origin. I didn't watch basically anything else there. I didn't watch December Sky or MS Team, Igloo, 80. Like I didn't watch anything. The next thing after I watched Gundam 1 and 2. Wait, where's Gundam 2? Do they not list Gundam 1 and 2 separately? All this MS stuff here, I didn't watch any of this. I didn't watch 0083, which actually 0083, was that a show or is that a game? And then I watched Zeta. Like I watched Gundam 1 and Gundam 2 and then Zeta. Hang on. Why is that not? Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, Zeta, Double Zeta, Char's Counterattack, Unicorn, NT. So now I have Hathaway. They have it listed on. Hold on, let me see here, because I've seen when I went looking for it. No, hold on, Gundam. This is what I was. This is why I'm always confused about the beginning of Mobile Suit Gundam 2: Soldiers of Sorrow. What is this? Oh, it's a movie. It's a movie. Oh, okay. So the whole Gundam 1 and 2 thing are just these are the names of the movies that are compiled into the show. Like they're compilations of the show into movies. Okay, that's why I used to see Gundam 1 and Gundam 2. So I've seen both of those movies, and then I watched the original show. Like I watched the original whole series, and then I did watch the scaled down movies. I actually think I did it the other way. I watched the scaled down movies, and then I watched the whole show. And then for Zeta, I think I have the movies or Double Zeta, but I just watched the whole show. Oh, did I not? Was there a third movie? Hold on. Let me see if there. Let me see. I think I did watch all three of them. No, I did. I finished Gundam. Like the original run of Gundam. I finished all the movies, and then when I was done, the problem is that the movies, you can blatantly tell that there are things that they weren't talking about. So then I went back and I watched the series. It also seems something better suited for animation than live action. I'm curious about the Zelda movie though. I don't know. I feel like it's still possible to do in live action, especially giant robots. I mean, the sequence in Ready Player One was great. The whole thing with the Gundam in there was awesome. Started to get pretty uncomfortable stuff around Iron Blooded Orphans on episode 12. I didn't finish Iron Blooded Orphans, but I can tell you that conceptually it's pretty tough. But that feels like Gundam. Like, you know, for as much as I joke about Evangelion and I say, ooh, those kids, they went through some trouble. Nobody goes through trouble like Gundam kids. They just because of the sheer volume, they're all going through it in Gundam. The director and staff considered the movies the true show. They felt the TV run had much filler due to executive pushing, which I found out about after watching the movies, that people did say that the movies were kind of considered better. The problem is that even those Gundam movies still contain a few things that just kind of the whole thing about when you, what was it? Like you gold coat them or something. It was like something that you put onto them and it protects them. They just kind of glance over that in the movies. They mention it enough for you to know that it's a thing, but they just don't talk about it, even though it sounds really important. And then when you watch the show, it's like a 2 or 3 episode thing. For whatever it was like the gold coating or something. Yeah, like the movies are really weird because they don't the Gundam season movies because they don't hide everything. I was talking about Mario earlier. How do you feel about a live action Evangelion? How would I feel about a live action Evangelion? If you don't pull your punches, I think you could make something that works really cool. I think you could make something. And I think that that's true for a lot of these properties. I think you can make something really cool if you don't pull your punches. But they're going to pull their punches. They're not going to have the kids going through the worst things ever. They're not going to show you the imagery that you need. I still say my favorite moment in Evangelion is when Shinji was in the Eva. It got sucked into the big thing. I think it was like episode 16, and then he broke out of it, right? And it was all like, it was the big orb, but then it was almost like flesh inside. Like as he's busting out, it's breaking at the seams, and it's almost like flesh coming out. When he breaks out, he lands, and there's this shower of blood coming from the thing. Like all of that entire sequence when he does that is incredible. If you do that in live action, you can end up with a really impressive entire sequence. But they'll probably pull their punches. It won't be as gruesome. It won't be as long. It won't be as loud. The blood will probably not be as noticeable. Like they'll tone it down. They'll tone it down. Netflix One Piece. The live action One Piece, I think is great. Some of it's toned down, which I'm not really happy with. But I think it ends up being great. But you can tell that a lot of it is not the way it's supposed to be. Make the live action, but don't turn Shinji into a sex offender this time. And can we call it Nerve and not Nerve, which was this weird way that they were pronounced. Let's just call it Nerve. Zeta's a little different. Those movies are considered true until the last movie because it has an alternate ending to the show. The Zeta movies I don't think I watched. I think because of what happened with Gundam, I just jumped right into the show for Zeta. Yeah, Flash, I watched I think I watched it on Netflix. And I think Netflix is the one that for some reason they don't say Nerve. I'm assuming you're just supposed to call it Nerve, but they say Nerve, and I never really understood that. Yeah, One Piece live action succeeded because they didn't tone it down. The Mihawk versus Zoro fight is toned down. Do you think it's toned down? I think it's just scaled down. I think the tone of the fight is kind of the same. We were kind of talking about this the other day. Yeah, I think it's just scaled down, but I don't think I think tonally, I think it's relatively the same. I think so anyway. Did I see this? Why is this from Sugalite? Is this a Steven Universe thing? First trailer for the TV anime Ghost in the Shell broadcasting confirmed. Oh, no, I didn't see this. Let me look at this here. I'm watching the trailer here. I don't want to play it because I don't know if there's any music or anything that's going to get me in trouble. I mean, from a visual standpoint, like, it looks great. Like, visually, it looks awesome. Tonally, I hope it stays the same. It's kind of point. Shinji's meant to be effed up. That's why it happens. I understand your reservations. But the whole point is to be the universe decides to shit on Shinji. Yeah. So then, if you make a live action Evangelion and you try to tone that down and you try to say, oh, we don't want them to get beaten up too much, it's intrusive to the show. It messes up the show. It messes up the flow of everything. You're supposed to feel bad for them. That's the point. You're supposed to feel bad for the characters. Partially because some of that bad feeling, some of the horrible things that happen to them are what motivate them to drive the Evas the way they do. So you need that. It's as sad as it sounds. You need the turmoil because the turmoil is actually one of the driving factors of the show. I used to say about Game of Thrones and Walking Dead because they were like my two favorite shows, and people would ask me, are they violent? Is there a lot of this and that? And I would tell them, I would always say the same thing. It's violent, but it's necessary because if you pull your punch on the violence, it doesn't feel real to the world. Imagine Game of Thrones where they don't kill anybody. It wouldn't have the same impact. The impact of that show was that anything could happen at any moment, and you needed that to be the case. Sometimes that horror is there for a reason. And in something like Evangelion, you need it. You need to have the kids going through these terrible, terrible things. Yeah, it's like Punisher, but nobody dies. Like, you need to have these terrible, terrible things that happen to them because it's the motivation for them to do it. I actually had a theory. One of my theory crafts. I said before that if I was watching Evangelion as it was airing, I would have been one of the people that every week we watched an episode and then I had a theory about what was going on. For a while, one of my theories was that the horrible things that happened to them, to Shinji and really all of them, Shinji and Asuka more than Rei. Rei was her name. I had a theory that was done on purpose to them. That NERV killed their parents and that their parents put them through a bunch of crap, and then that NERV killed their parents because they were trying and I know this isn't the case. This is what my theory was. They were trying intentionally to create broken, desperate children because that would give them the motivation to drive the Evas the way they do. And I just thought, wow, if that's true, that's horrible, but holy crap, that's a hell of a story. And that's what I thought. I was like, wow, it's messed up, but it makes sense. The only way to make sure that the kids have the drive necessary to control the Evas effectively is to give them horrible lives, you break them, and then you make them desperate to please the people around them. Asuka was so desperate for everybody to see how great she was. What if it turned out that her entire childhood was developed for that? What if the intention was to make broken children so that they would pilot these things better than anybody else? And I realized that wasn't what they were doing, but I did think, man, holy crap. When we talk about, man, these kids in Evangelion are messed up, imagine coming out of it and that was the story. It actually stands with a different anime. Not going to say which one. Uh-oh. Is that Darling in the Franxx? I didn't finish that show. I got to like the 20th episode and I just didn't finish it. They were living in the mansion for like 5 or 6 episodes or however long. And I was just like, I don't know. I was not motivated to finish the show. Oh no, but I have watched the anime I'm talking about. Is it, and it's a mecha anime with the kids that are broken? I mean, it kind of sounds like Iron Blood Orphans, but interesting. Part of the reason Zeta has a different ending is the director was also mentally in a better place. He felt more hopeful about the future and about Camille's ability to face it. In the OG Zeta, he felt Camille and many like him just couldn't grasp the last important thing we needed to grow and become an adult. Interesting. Oh, it's not a mecha anime. It's not a mecha anime. Hold the phone now. New version of Final Fantasy VII coming to Steam. Wait, what? It's not a mecha anime? Sounds like Rebuild. What show is it? Hold on. KH, if you're saying I saw it, then you're not spoiling anything. What show is this? Wait, what show did I see that had children that are getting beaten down on purpose to make them better pilots in the worst possible way? I mean, because that does sound excessive, but that's a really cool story. Like, it's horrible, but it's really cool. Rebuild of Evangelion? Oh, I'd be spoiling the ending. I haven't seen the end of it. All right, so then it is probably either Darling in the Franxx or... oh, no. You said it wasn't a mech. You said it wasn't a mech anime. That's interesting. Wait, is it Attack? It's not Attack on Titan. Is it Attack on Titan? I watched one season of Attack on Titan. I watched the original season. I think the story ending would change and more positive because Anna was in a better place. Is it Attack on Titan? I mean, they went through it too. They all did. They did kind of go through it in that show too. All right. I don't think I have anything else. So now comes the last problem. Oh, I did have a quick realization. I tried watching Attack on Titan until I realized I look like a Titan. Oh no. So I ended up not building a Gunpla yesterday. So I'm probably gonna I'll probably start it tonight. I don't think I'll be able to finish it all tonight, depending on what I do. But Titanfall 2. Oh yeah. I'm trying to figure out a way to do my setup a bit differently so that I can use my computer, because right now for the last video I did, I had to use my laptop to record everything and then transfer everything over to the computer. So I'm trying to figure out a way that I'll be able to use my computer. Depending on how I do it, I might actually be able to do builds here, so then I could sort of swap everything around, and then we can do like this part and then go into build mode if we wanted to do stuff. I was just sort of brainstorming about how I want to set everything up. And it occurred to me, for some reason it didn't occur to me before, I can finally do these guys. Wow, that looks kind of cool. So this right here is, these are the two helmets, the two Star Wars Lego helmet sets. One of them is the Scout Trooper, and one of them is the TIE Fighter helmet. We can do Switch too. And I thought, oh wait, I can do that, because I always said that I wanted to do those on stream. So now I can actually do Legos. So then I was thinking about, so I can do Gunpla and I can do Legos. And I don't know. Now I'm thinking about just doing all kinds of model stuff where I try them out. Like I want to see what's different about it. I want to do like a plane or like a car with glue. You know, like the old model kits that I used to do. I wouldn't mind doing some more Lego. Obviously, I want to do Gunpla. I thought about what it would take to paint a Warhammer figurine. I've been seeing a lot of Warhammer stuff, because Warhammer stuff comes up because I watch Gunpla videos, and then some of the Gunpla people that I watch are Warhammer people, but they got into Gunpla. So there ends up being a lot of crossover. So I was just thinking, like, yeah, this is kind of interesting that I can just do all kind, like, there's so many, the possibilities are endless. There's all kinds of like little model kits that I can do, or I can just do any sort of activity. I can draw pictures if I really wanted to, but I for some reason it just popped into my head. But that was my thinking. Like, oh wow, I can do Lego. No, I wouldn't go into the Warhammer rabbit hole. I know for a fact I wouldn't go into that. As far as miniatures and stuff, I wouldn't go into it because I have no use for it. Other than maybe like if I got into Warhammer and then I played one of the games and I said, oh, this is actually a really cool character. I want a figurine for that character. That's how I would get it. But I don't have the ability or the resources to buy a bunch of miniatures and then go to a place to play them. So I know that I won't get into it in that way. You need to find a Warhammer shop and ask an employee how it works. Yeah. Yeah, I have a small place not far from me. Yeah, Warhammer shops have a ton of paint. And I have hobby shops and everything. They just don't specialize in Warhammer. But I do have one or two stores that are near me that do specialize in Warhammer. I don't think they're actually Games Workshop. New, it's the console version of Final Fantasy VII. Being put on Steam is Steam. Use the old console version, which had cloud servers closed. There's no real difference. But saves aren't compatible, and some PC bugs will be fixed. But the console bugs will likely be on this one. He said Camille fell into a coma because he wasn't mentally able to grow enough to handle the kind of harsh and hard choices we have to make as an adult. And being a new type meant mentally that was made worse. But in Zeta movie, he felt he was maybe expecting the youth to be automatically able to do that is unfair as adults. And maybe adults themselves are still trying to handle those things themselves. Interesting. So what are we playing today? That's what I'm gonna get into. That's the last thing we're gonna try and figure out here. Games Workshop makes its own paint. Not to mention the Gunpla store that I go to down in South Philadelphia. They are Warhammer and stuff too. It's not a Gunpla store. It's kind of like a model kit gaming store. So I believe they sell packs. They sell Pokemon cards, Magic the Gathering, but then they have a bunch of Gunpla stuff. They've got model paints and everything. They've got these wooden model kits that you can buy, which are awesome. Row Life, I think, is the brand. They're really, really cool. I have one, and I actually want to get a couple more. So they have a bunch of that stuff. They've also got Warhammer. They've got a lot of Warhammer, and I think they have another game that looks like Warhammer. Is it? Hold on. There used to be a game that looks like that was tabletop minis called Mage, I think. I don't think they make that anymore. Oh no, so Total War is still Warhammer. Yeah, I think they have figures from another game, but I'm not super sure because I don't really follow that stuff. I'm going down the guitar rabbit hole. I want to build a guitar kit and paint it. I might buy Warhammer paint and work on it slowly. That was a repeat. A lot of Gundam creators work shift in tone depending on how he was feeling mentally. He went through one period where every show he made killed most of the cats. Wait, cats? Because he was depressed. Cast? When he came out of the depression, he helped make G Gundam, and that show has much more positive overall tone by the end. I mean, cast. Okay. I was about to not like the guy no matter what you said. All right. So the question now is what to do today. Do we want to start Titanfall 2? And that'll just be the campaign for Titanfall 2. Do we want to just do like a Link to the Past randomizer? What's this? No. Like how Araki of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fame kills every dog in his story. Yeah, that was cast. Yeah, so my thoughts were either Titanfall 2, which is, I think it's like a 10, 12-hour game total from campaign, so there'd probably be like 3 or 4 streams. A Link to the Past randomizer. I'm not really worried about Spider. You're saying Spider-Man? I wasn't really thinking of Spider. Well, wait, hold on. We finished Spider-Man. We finished the story of Spider-Man. I just didn't do all of the cleanup and stuff, but we beat Spider-Man already. I don't know that I want to get into anything like Dragon Quest. You know, I was thinking of Dragon Quest 11, but I don't know if I want to get into anything that beefy yet. I still feel like I want to keep things a little bit light, and then maybe next week. When did we play Spider-Man? We did Spider-Man last year. When did we play Spider-Man? On PS4. Well, on the PS4 game on PS5. We played it, yeah. No, we did Batman. We did Batman, but we did Spider-Man. Yes, we absolutely did Spider-Man. What about Dragon Quest 8? I never played it. I Judinator, I'd like to believe I'd like it, but every time I have an experience with Dragon Quest, I end up not really enjoying it. But I did enjoy the demo for 11. We did play the whole demo for 11. And I like Dragon Warrior. Yeah, and I like Dragon Warrior. So I don't know what I want to do today. I don't know if I want to do Titanfall, or do I want to do I can do a Link to the Past randomizer, but I haven't made one yet. I'm 95% sure I didn't play Spider-Man. I am 100% sure we did play Spider-Man. We played it. We absolutely played Spider-Man. It's really good. It's the game where the character from Smash is from. Yeah, no, we definitely played Spider-Man. You guys told me about yeah, it was only the first game. You guys told me about the girl that was the social media girl, and you sent me Screwball, was that her name? You sent me to find her. 60% of the time it works every time. Wait, I'm 60% of the time every time. Wait, that's what you said. Neo 3 demo? That's not bad. Yeah, PS4 man. That's the one I played. Why don't I remember this? Yeah, we absolutely played the game. I was gonna say, remember, I had all of those abilities and I kept forgetting to use them. But that's me. That doesn't narrow it down at all. The other option is a Link to the Past randomizer, and I haven't made a Link to the Past randomizer. Like, I didn't make the randomizer yet. If we do that, I'm on the screen right now to make one. So then I could let you guys decide what I'm gonna do. That was what I was when I was thinking about a randomizer. This is what I was thinking. Oh, I'm slow, and I remember this. I'm checking the VODs and don't see it, but I could be really forgetting hard. I mean, you definitely are. You're definitely forgetting. Well, the Twitch VODs, it was a while back, so I think it was early last year. So the Twitch VODs, it might have been. Was it the year before? It might have been. The Twitch VODs will be gone by now, and I don't think I was actively uploading to YouTube like I should have been. Do Neo 3. I think you might like it. All right, so let me load up. I'll load up the demo for Neo 3 and see what we're doing. A Link to the Past randomizer. The funny thing is, Executor, that is there. You can generate a game and have it randomly pick all of the criteria, I think. I'm checking YouTube as well, just in case. I mean, we could always play Marvel Rivals for the vibes. No, wait, hold on. Hey, we'll just do Marvel Rivals. We'll play for the vibes. I feel like my brain has a hole in it. I was kicking ass at Rivals. I know I was doing pretty good at Rivals last night. I was playing some. I'm getting it back. I had one match where I had 48 combined kills, so I'm getting it back. Neo. Neo 3. Demo. Download demo. I'm an FGC player. I do not play for vibes. Dragon Quest 11S is a quick game. That's what I was saying, that I did bring it up. I don't know that I want to get into anything that like committed yet. I played Yakuza 3 demo earlier. It was very short but fun. Dragon Quest 8 is also what really put level 5 on the map. The Layton folks. No, the Splatoon update isn't now. The Splatoon update, is that today? That's not today, right? I thought that was a little later. Then how about a Mario stream? The vibe I play for is victory, which I don't earn. Just the basic. Oh, it's out now? Oh, man. Wait, maybe we do play Splatoon. Is there anybody that would want to play Splatoon? All right, the Neo demo is loading. I'm kind of curious to see this. Did you see the Tomodachi Life update? Some of the stuff in that made me lol. No, we were talking about it earlier. I didn't watch it. I just have no attachment to Tomodachi Life, so I wasn't sure how everybody else would feel about watching it. And it just seems like the sentiment is that feels like the sentiment. Hang on one second. Let me check something here. Oh, Ray. That's why I owe the Gonzalez suit too. Okay, sorry. I don't know. Do I hate myself enough to play Splatoon? As somebody returning to Marvel Rivals, I might say yes. Yeah, I'm getting it back. I'm getting it back in Rivals. All right, so why don't we... All right, so why don't we take a break? And I'm gonna grab some coffee if it's still hot. I'm gonna run to the restroom, and then when I come back, we will decide what to do. Splatoon is way worse than Rivals. Yeah, it kind of is. Who the hell brought up G Savior? That's good. Twitch VODs are very weird to look at with no rhyme or reason for what VODs are there. It seems all the people screaming at Nintendo America and blaming the new president for censoring Dispatch, despite the censorship coming out before she took over, have egg on their face and now trying to bury the truth or backpedal. As it turned out, the studio themselves just turned on the censor mode and removed the toggle on their own initiative. Okay. Oh, we did when Uncle said live action Gundam. All right, so that does change everything. That does change it. It doesn't. Everybody was saying that they made a new version of the game, and it just, apparently they just turned the toggle on and then turned it off. So that's better. It's still dumb, but better. You didn't tweet hatred. Oh, you didn't tweet hatred when you're playing Rivals. Can't say the same for Splatoon. Ronan, are you sure I didn't tweet hatred when playing Rivals? Because Rivals made me pretty mad. I never tweeted about how angry I was. I don't know. The question is more, why? Oh, I remember some hatred. Yeah, there was some rage. Mind you, I was playing ranked back then. Ooh. Sorry, like I said, I went to sleep really late and woke up really early, so I'm actually kind of tired right now. So I apologize if I end up losing some steam. All right, so here's what we do. I'll take a quick break. We'll run to the restroom. I'm gonna get the rest of my coffee, and then when I come back, maybe we'll do a little poll. We'll try to figure out. Do we want to do the Neo 3 demo? Do we want to play Titanfall 2? I don't think I want to start Dragon Quest right now. I think that will be something that if I do start Dragon Quest 11, it'll probably be on Monday. So I want to do the Neo 3 demo, Titanfall 2, Splatoon. I feel like Splatoon is better than Rivals as far as choosing to try something out, and a Link to the Past randomizer. And if we do a Link to the Past randomizer, we'll go over all of the breakdown of it, and then you can decide what I want to do. Digimon Time Stranger. Oh boy. All right, give me a second, and I will be right back. Ooh, Mario Party. fact that we just want to say anything is really driving me crazy. And that's already loaded. Alrighty. So I should probably just make a poll, but there you go. I'm going to make a poll. Game. So what do we got? Titanfall 2. LTTP rando. And we will make the rando. Neo demo. Neo 3 demo. Splatoon. Or Mario Party. Here, we'll do a 1 minute poll. Here we go. Here we go. The fact they waited this long to say anything is really, really crazy. I'm still big mad. But what makes it even funnier is scene with the most schlong. The sensor barely keeps up with the man rope. But you might see glimpses of joystick even when I like the amount of euphemisms right there, or the amount of words. They're like, oh, we're gonna call it rope, and what did you say? Man rope, joystick, and schlong. A schlong's always just a fun word. That's always a fun word. And don't worry if Titanfall doesn't win, I am gonna have to start playing Titanfall soon. So I'll either do that on stream or I will eventually just play it. Either way, one way or another, you will see a Titanfall 2 playthrough come from me at some point. Do you know what slinging rope means? I mean, I can imagine. But you did it again. All right, so those are my 3 choices then. It's been a while, to be fair. It's been a while since you guys done that. Oh, Steven, okay. I see the way you're saying it. There we go. Tiebreaker, Balatro. Here, Balatro or Ball Pit? If I had to buy one of those 2 games, which one would it be? So out of those 3 games, is it bad that I don't want to do Mario Party just because I don't feel like setting up a game? But tiebreaker, Lego Star Wars, Balatro it is. Suika, I still haven't gotten the Suika Planet. Tiebreaker is Dragon Quest 11 in 2D mode. No one wins. Yeah, we're gonna play Marvel Rivals. There you go. Nobody wins. Rivals is not bad. Poor Splatoon. Splatoon didn't even get a vote there, or it got a vote. I don't know. Yeah. Now I don't know what to do. Matt, at the ad hoc thing. Yeah, we had this whole debate, and it turns out it's not even complicated. Yeah, they chose not to have the censorship switch work. Like it's just dumb. I still think in Dragoon, it's like the whole debate is not really negated because the problem is still the same. The problem is that they chose to do it that way. Almost got the nuke. The main character in question, most of the game nude. There's a lot of sausage on display. Even characters acknowledging said pecker, even saying it's pretty nice Johnson. I would have voted for Splatoon, but I can tell by your enthusiasm you aren't going to. Honestly, Marco, it's not my enthusiasm; it's everybody else's. And I don't mean to blame people for stuff, but I often say, even if there's stuff I want to do, like if I want to do something, I really want to do it, but I also will gauge your interest, and if nobody else, when I asked who wanted to play, I think you're the only one that said yes. To be fair, a point you made. If it's Japan only, it's not your fight. What's going on with this dialogue? I don't know. We're all over the place. Is it something I'm doing, Latimer? Am I having a stroke? Would I even know if I was having a stroke here? Just me stomping dead leaves in the carport. Yeah, I don't know. This is the other problem, Marcos. I'm not motivated to do anything right now. Like to do any of this stuff. Like there's nothing. I'm motivated to do something. There isn't any game that I'm like, oh man, I can't wait to jump on and play more of this game. Like I'm just not motivated to do anything. This happens usually. Like it just kind of happens. But Metroid Prime 2 failing as a stream game, I think it always happens when I have a stream game that falls apart. Right? Whether it was Star Wars or Yakuza or something. I then get nervous about committing to something bigger because I don't want it to fall apart. Like Dragon Quest XI doesn't sound like a bad idea. I enjoyed the demo very much. 11S, I should clarify. I enjoyed the demo very much. But how do I know that after the demo I'm not gonna get bored? Or I have evidence of it. I have half of the other Dragon Quest games that I've tried, and I just, for whatever reason, I just don't want to play them anymore. Right? 3, 4, 5, 7, and technically 11. I played them all. I played for hours, and then I just stopped caring about whatever was happening, and I just didn't want to play it anymore. So I get nervous about playing, about committing to a longer game because for a 100-hour game that I'll be playing for months, probably, I don't want there to be a point where I just don't want to play it anymore. Did you even finish the demo? Yeah, we did. Yeah, we finished that whole demo. Back from a haircut and some lunch. I think you would like the remake of 3. It has a quality of life additions as well as a lot of de-bloating. Yeah, so like that's where I get when I come to streaming long games, is that I know that there's always a possibility that I lose motivation to play the game. So I end up wanting to play things that are shorter or wanting to play things that we can play together. And after a game just failed with Metroid Prime 2, yeah, Prime 2 wasn't your fault, but I get it, it's still frustrating. It's not even that it's frustrating, it's demoralizing is too strong of a word, but I definitely get to the point where I'm like, I don't want to play this anymore, and you guys don't want me to play it anymore. So then I have to choose something else, but now I'm a little gun shy. I'm a little gun shy about pulling the trigger on another long game, knowing that there's a possibility that it could just fall apart, and we just don't want to play it anymore. 3, when I tried 3, I didn't try the modern version. I tried the original one that was, I forget who brought out the original one, the ones with the new artwork and stuff. I played it for a little while, and I think I just wasn't in the mood. I was being a little bit harsher on the game than I needed to be, and I know that, and I'm fully aware. I apologize to Dragon Quest 3, but I definitely was being harder on the game than I needed to be for stuff that really wasn't wrong. Like one of my biggest gripes about 3 was that you were only one main hero and you just hire 3 other characters. And I didn't really like that. I didn't like that in Dragon's Dogma, I think, was the same way. And I wasn't really a big fan of that. I wanted characters that could be characters. But at the same time, I've been playing Final Fantasy games for years that have characters that weren't characters. Well, no, not really. It's just the one game. Right? Final Fantasy 1. I mean, I've played Final Fantasy 1 multiple times. So I feel like I'm ready to play Dragon Quest 3 and not be as harsh on it. But I don't want to play the original one if it's got that much bloat. Yeah, it depends on which long game, and depends on how long the game. You know, there's a difference between a 40 and 50 hour game and Persona 5. Maybe 9 euphemisms is enough for the gang. I hope that Hog will release a patch that gives the sensor toggle in the future if they ever get the rating sorted. Yeah, you make up your own backstory for them then. That's probably what I should have done. The Dragon Quest original trilogy remakes fix that. Are you mean, Marcos, do you mean the 2, like the 1 and 2 and then the 3? Or do you mean the ones that came out years ago? The ones that go on sale on the Switch store for like $4? Because I have those. If you jumped into Prime 3, I think you'd like it instantly more. There are SNES remakes for Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3. I've only ever seen the remake. Oh, no, wait. because Dragon Quest 1 and 2 were Super Nintendo, and then I never saw Dragon Quest 3 Super Nintendo. I know there's a Game Boy one. The recent ones, yeah. So I want to play the recent one for Dragon Quest 1 and 2, just because I want to play 1. I think if you jumped into 3, you'd like it instantly more. So maybe I should have put that on the list. And is that in Prime Hack, or would I have to download that version of the game? Or does Prime Hack have all of that stuff in there? Because maybe it could just do that. I don't know. I feel like we're in it for a long time today, so or like we're already deep in. It's in Prime Hack. Okay. More so more so than the other two. Well, I think the problem was that Dragon Quest 2 was the one that needed it the most. So it was going to be the one that benefited the most from it. I think Prime 2 in particular just aged really badly, unless you're a big fan of it already. Yeah, kind of. And even if you're a big fan of it, I do wonder if it's, you're lashed onto the nostalgia, but if you let that go, would you play it again? Like, oh, this game has a lot of problems. It makes Dragon Quest 2 one of the worst games in the series into one of the best. I can't confirm. I've yet to play it myself. I do really want to get that too. I guess that's not on sale. Just turn on improved motion controls so it works. See, yeah, you know what? That's the other thing. I don't feel like we had a pain in the ass setting up the controller last time, so I don't know if I have to do that again. Dragon Quest 1 and 2 and 3 remakes give a lot of good fixes. You can toggle on a guiding circle to avoid getting lost, recall buttons to save NPC dialogue to be able to refresh your mind. Dragon Quest 1 and 2 add the ability spell scrolls so you can learn even more skills than you had before. Halfway through the game, you unlock critical moves. When your HP is 50% or lower, you can transform abilities to extreme powerful versions of those attack, magnifying the power a lot and sometimes making them AoEs too. I just finished 1 and you're moving on to 2. Update also added shortcuts for the remix. You just have to tick one box. Oh, okay. Also, not unfairly, you went into Prime 2 with big hopes after playing Prime 4. You wanted Prime 2 to be better than it ended up being. That's true. That's true. You can just use the overworld magics immediately. You can put the items in the shortcuts. Reminds me of the DK64 mod. All it does is make you swap characters at will and turn the game from a drag into one of the best collectathons ever. Diminishing returns? What, for Metroid 2? For Metroid Prime 2? No, I don't think it's diminishing returns. I think there's I'll admit that there was a rose-colored glasses issue. I'll admit that there was an issue I just remember it being better, or I remember it not being as bad. And now that I play it, I think I just remember it being better. I think I remember, well, not really. I was going to say that I think I remember having a lot more free time in order to play games like that, but I don't think I have more free time than I have now. I think it's difficult for me to have more free time than I have right now. Every time you enter a new screen, so if you die, you can either do the OG way and return to the castle, losing half your money, or you can load the autosave, and you can also use zoom while inside buildings or caves. I remember seeing that as a change, and that's really good. I do think Prime 2 is diminishing returns compared to 1, but I think 3 is a boost in quality. Oh, diminishing returns for Prime as a series. No. I still say no. Because I feel like diminishing returns would be the way I look at it is diminishing returns would be you made a game that's almost exactly like Prime 1. But because we've already seen it, it's diminishing returns. Like, it's just not as impressive. The part 2 feeling exactly like the part 1 wouldn't feel that special. The problem, I think, is that they changed stuff. Like, it's a different environment. I find the routing more confusing and more all over the place. The hint system was broken. Like, I feel like the problem is that they changed things and we didn't like those changes. If Prime 2 felt more like Prime 1, I think everybody would have been much happier. I think people would have said, oh, yeah, it's Prime 1, but more. So I don't know that it's diminishing returns. I just feel like they made changes and those changes didn't work. And then they put some of those changes back and in 3, and then 3 ended up feeling like the better game probably. And yet Prime 2 is probably still the most liked Prime 2. Wait, what? Prime 2 is probably still just a lot worse. Prime 1? Was that supposed to be Prime 1? Even though the games themselves are good and play great. Oh, that's always been my opinion of the Prime series long before 4. Each game gets progressively worse in my eyes. And it was for me too. And then I played Prime 2 again and I realized, oh, wow, I don't really like this as much as I thought it was. So now I am kind of curious when I get to 3, will I like 3 more? Like Prime 1. There we go. I just used a mod for Dragon Quest 3 that disabled heals on level up and restored the old zoom. Oh, so Gold, you wanted it to be more like the original experience. You were looking for the original experience. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I've tried I was gonna say Gundam. Dragon Quest games they're kind of like the Mana games for me. I feel like I've tried most of them and I've beaten none of them except for Dragon Quest 1. Not quite, but I like the challenge. Dragon Quest 1 and 2, you can toggle healing on level on and off. I think Prime 3 is probably the most balanced Prime game. Mana games have actively put me to sleep. Yeah, like I don't know what it is about them. They always look really cool and there's a fun gameplay loop, but I never finish a Mana. I don't think I've ever finished a Mana game. I think about all of the different Mana games, and I'm pretty sure I've never finished one of them, but I've tried all of them. Those games were designed to not getting healed every level up too. Prime 2 had the best environments and most unique aesthetic, but I find it funny people going Prime 4 is a Halo game, Prime 2 is Halo 4 before Halo 4. 2 Milquetoast? What, the Mana games? I don't know about the earlier ones, Marcos, especially Legend of Mana, but I played the most modern one. I did the long demo for the recent one. Visions of Mana. Visions of Mana was the newest one. And it felt like Milquetoast is probably not the worst term for it. It felt like it had all of these fantasy elements to make sure that it had fantasy elements. Here's this character from this town, but the town, gets invaded by stronger people looking for some relic. Here's the weird goofy character. Here's the character that's not a human, right? Like it just felt like they were going through the motions of a fantasy game. And none of it felt interesting. You're saying you fell asleep with Seiken Densetsu 3 and Trials of Mana. Did I try? I tried Trials of Mana. I didn't actually play Seiken Densetsu 3. I have it. I do have the collection, the Mana collection, and it has the original on there, and then I have Trials of Mana. I got bored with it. I don't know. I got bored. Visions, I felt like, was an exhausting game to play. Secret of Mana's main deal was being a multiplayer RPG. I do wonder if playing Prime 3 would also help lift your spirits. Because again, I think Prime 2 flopping hurt not only as a game that didn't stream well, but also as a Prime game that kind of failed. I think Prime 3, assuming it's not a secret disaster, we gaslit ourselves, would be uplifting. I think not today. I think I want to save that for when I'm a little bit more like I literally mean like tomorrow or Monday or something. Like if we do Dragon Quest, for instance, I would start that on Monday. So Prime 3, I would probably just wait until Monday to do something. So we'd have to figure out what we would do today. Did I see the Tomodachi Life stuff? No. I just don't really have any strong feelings towards Tomodachi Life. So I didn't. I figured we wouldn't really watch it. I think it was only one person. Saber was here earlier, and they like Tomodachi Life, but that was the only person that said that they like it. So I was like, and everybody says that there didn't seem to be anything of real interest in there. Ryan mentioned something about not being able to screen save on the game or share images from the game. As someone who's still playing Prime 3, it's not terrible. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of get like this, and I think it's also kind of a mood thing. Yesterday, I was supposed to do the model kit yesterday. I didn't know which one I was gonna build. These were my options. It was the Strike Freedom Gundam or the Gundam G Self Perfect Pack. Like, these were my choices. And I don't know. I think mentally I just wasn't in a good headspace yesterday because I just could not find the motivation to do anything. And I'll be honest, I think that this is probably what some of that is. I just couldn't find the motivation to do anything. I'm just like, and like, that's the best way I can describe it. Like, how do you feel? G Self is a long build. Is it a long build? All right, that will probably be a chunky video then. So then the Strike Freedom could be that. Winter Blues? It could be. I'll be honest, we haven't had snow like this in a long time, to the point where it feels like you can't really go outside too much. My back stairs in my yard, they're all covered up, so I can't just hang out in my backyard or anything. And then you go outside, and I don't want to sit on my front steps because it's covered in salt. I missed my snow. You took it. And I'm glad that we have it, but I do feel a bit of cabin fever. I do feel a bit of, wow, I wish I could go down to Center City and check out the Gunpla stores. I wish I could go and buy I wish I can go to the hobby store that I go to. There's a hobby store that I go to for model trains. That's where I get any of my model train stuff. And which I haven't gotten in a while. I haven't gotten anything for the model train set in a while. But I would go there. They have model stuff too. They had like one or two Gunpla, but they have all like the military models and whatnot. But they've got all the paints. They don't sell Warhammer or anything, but they've got all the paints for Warhammer stuff. And I don't know. I feel like I can't go to any of these places, or I haven't been to these places. So I am getting a little bit of cabin fever. I'm getting a little bit of, I kind of wish it was nicer weather, just a little bit warmer, so I can go out and do something. So I'm starting to feel stuffy, and I think that's what really is affecting me, because I was in the house yesterday and I had stuff that I could have done. I did a few like chores around the house, but I don't know. I'm a little stir crazy. Stir crazy? Maybe. I mean, that would be for you. That would be for you lot that aren't used to that amount. Yeah, well, no, Trios. What I mean is, we had more snow in this one storm. We only had about like 8 inches of snow. Where I live, we only had about 8 inches of snow. But that's more snow than I think every winter season for the last 4 or 5 years. We just haven't had that much snow. And I love snow. But we had one winter where I don't really think that the temperature ever went lower than 30 Fahrenheit. That to me is, I remember, I remember that because when we got to around March, I felt like crap. And I was just I was so mad that it felt like we didn't even have a winter at all. Yeah, we haven't really had a lot of that stuff. The G Self Perfect Pack is 17 runners. My God. Managed to use up all but 11 cents in a gift card, so I'm feeling pleased with my purchases. Nice. It's been a very mild winter over here. Damn, 17? Or do you really? Oh my God. Wait. Does it actually say it? It says 17 on the side of the box. Is that what that's supposed to mean? Or is that something else? Just stupidly windy. Due to cloud server shutting down for the PC version, so they're just slapping the console version on Steam. Oh, okay, for the Final Fantasy thing. All right, so what did we decide here? So what was it? It was Link to the Past randomizer. It was. What were the 3 that won? Hang on. Kind of wish I can go back and look at it. Link to the Past randomizer. Not Neo and Splatoon. Mario Party and something else. I got 13 Sentinels for cheap alongside a Blu-ray and a Nintendo eShop card to finish it off. I have enough funds in my balance to get Scott Pilgrim in March. They just released a trailer for that, I think. They just released a trailer for it. That's the series number. Like, this is the 17th model of the Reconquista in G. Yeah, Titanfall. Titanfall was the other one. Titanfall, Neo, or Mario Party. I don't feel like... Who would play Mario Party? We would need 3 people for Mario Party. Just trying to figure out what the options are. I mean, Neo is right here. Neo is downloaded. You would play. Yes, 3 very similar games. I don't have Mario Party. Okay. The latest Neo entry. I'm looking at this, by the way. You're gonna stream in about an hour and a half. Okay, so no Mario Party for you. Did we exclude the Zelda rando? Well, no. People voted for that, right? No, nobody did vote. No, wait, they did. I thought Neo didn't win. I thought it was Titanfall, Mario Party, or Indivisible Spotted. This is a great game, by the way. If anybody has never played this game is fantastic. Oh, to be fair, one of those runners is for the base. It do be big. You know what, Ba? I was at the Gundam store the store that I go to, and I was there for. Oh, I was there for this. I was there for the G-Quux. And he was going through the boxes because the system said that he had one. So he was going through the boxes no, it wasn't this. It was it was this. It was this. They gave me a call to let me know that they had it. And then when I got there, they had it, but then we were going through he had other boxes that they were unpacking, so they were going through and I'm like, I'll get the G Gundam. I'll get the Self. Or not G Gundam, but I'm glad I'm back there. Ashamed the lead dev was a piece of shit and destroyed the company and any future for them. Not to mention, the game feels like it's incomplete. There are moments in the game where it blatantly feels like, wow, this was supposed to be DLC, right? Yeah, this was a good game. I'm kind of bummed out that it wasn't more popular, but I don't really care. We could always do Symphony of the Night. Or how about a Baldur's Gate run? And see, Dragoon, Spider-Man, 22 bronze trophies and 1 silver trophy. Yeah, that would take like 200 hours. Don't have space so much interest in making model kits, but if I ever have the space, I might get some figurines of the MCs. Wait, the MCs? Oh, for G-Quux. BG3 multiplayer. Oh, wait, what did I do that for? I did that out of habit. There. F it. Symphony. I have no memory of this game. All right. Why don't we just do this? This is a demo. This would be a one-time thing. And then maybe tomorrow we can do a Mario Party game. Wait. F it. Rondo. I had to read that, Marcos. I wasn't sure if it was Rondo or Rando. The only gunplay I'd consider doing is of Metal Gear Rex. Oh, I had the audio turned off for it, Ronan. Metal Gear Rex. Is there a Metal Gear Rex? We were talking about Mega Man X model kits, and there are a bunch of them. I wouldn't mind building one of those. Here, let's try this. Neo 3. Here we go. Mature rated game. If only Gundam. Lilac, I wish. I really wish. Demo version available for a limited time. You must be signed in. All right, no Neo 3. There is a Rex Gumpla? Ooh. No, wait. Can we play? What does that mean? What? Oh my god. Why are there 92 things? Just save settings. No, hold on. Yes. Okay, so I can play this. If you complete this demo by February 15th, you will receive a completion reward in the full version. Oh, you have to be signed in for the multiplayer stuff. Okay. Neo, okay, that's what it is. Neo has a multiplayer component. This game is
Spirit
the one.
Stones. Shining stones imbued with humankind's never-ending dreams.
Here.
Their radiance harbors two kinds of power. The first is that of total destruction.
Here.
The second is the power of rebirth
Feel.
that nurtures and heals life. Since time immemorial, this power.
I thought you didn't like Souls.
the
I'm
impetus
willing to try
of
it out.
human wars.
I didn't like Dark Souls. It was too slow. I'll play a demo
And
for it.
then, Shogun.
And everybody
took
said the
away
Neo was
the
faster.
lesson.
One of
Put
my
an
things
end
that I don't
to
like
this
about
bloody
Souls games,
history
Van,
and
is
ushered
the
in
slow combat.
peace.
So if the combat's faster, I'm okay with it. I like Kazan. For
Eventually,
what little I played of
one
Kazan, I
his
thought was a
two
lot of fun.
grandchildren
Yeah, I
will
don't
be
mind. I don't
chosen
mind the
to
gameplay
continue
structure
this
of a
peace.
Souls-like game. I don't like slow combat.
Time passed. The ceremony that displays the new shogun's authority, both within and beyond the country's borders, would soon begin.
Dark Souls 1 was good combat-wise, but the level design pissed me off. I tried it. I played it a little bit. I played it for like 2 hours, and I didn't like it. I love Bloodborne. Bloodborne's a game that I have no interest in, but I really hope they make a 60 FPS mod just for the people that like it. Like I want better things for them. No, I'm not listening.
Fuku, that's enough.
I adore Dark Souls 3. Mega Man X models are
think Takachio is better suited.
Kotobukiya models.
I do
They're
like
good kits, though a little more expensive in comparison to similarly sized kits by Bandai. I think the problem, Ba, is that Bandai is just cheaper. Or I think the truth is that Bandai usually is just cheaper. Because
Go to the
the
mirror and get ready for
similar size kits for Star Wars or Transformers, even at Hobby Lobby, there's so much more money. You get a normal size, like 144 Gundam kit for $20, $25. Same size kits from any other company. They're like the Transformers ones. I was looking at an Optimus Prime Transformers one, which is probably like a 144 size. It was like $60, $60, $70. Bandai has a better production route already set up. Oh, so wait. All right. Shift to ninja style. Let's randomize everything. What are we doing? Hold on. Oh, there we go. Randomize. Selecting randomize will overwrite your current appearance. Yes. What? Why? Why is it not? I thought randomize was everything. It's just randomizing the head. Can I not randomize the rest of my outfit? Look, it's not changing my body type or anything. I kind of like this. I think I'm going to stick with this one. But, yeah, why isn't it randomizing everything? I want full randomization. All right. Bandai pricing is aggressively competitive anyway. Where I think the Rex model would be 60, Master Grade is $100 kit. Is it really? And that's the other company though. Gotta make a sexy corner. I mean, that was weird. I don't know why you can't randomize everything. Bandai, as you said the other day, been building and tinkering with Gunpla for a long time. Created very strong ties and production routes, so much so that even Bandai US can sometimes do limited runs. Everyone else kind of had to start from scratch because they were focused on figure lines rather than kits. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the company is that it's the Star Wars model kits that are in the black box. All right, we'll start with this guy. And I think they're the ones that also do the Transformers kits. But I forget what the company was that makes them. Oh, looks like Resident Evil. Ah. Huh. Are they Revel?
Let's go.
All right, hold on.
Munonori awaits us at the dojo.
Let's see here. No, I don't think so. Images. No, it's not Revel. Star Wars model kit. Oh, it is Bandai. Wait. No, it is Bandai. 172 scale model kit for the X-Wing is $29.70. The 144 scale model kit for the Millennium Falcon is $65, which I think that's technically a little bit bigger. Yeah, it is Bandai that makes those. I forget if these games are retelling the same story over and over or actually have continuity. Those just don't have a specific brand name. No, apparently it is Bandai. I'm about to Google the wrong thing. Just Google Star Wars model kit and then look at the images. It's the ones that are the black boxes. So it says like Star Wars at the top. It's got the image and it'll say like Clone Trooper. But then in the corner, it's Bandai. They're Bandai model kits. Objectives will appear as white marks on the compass at the top right of the screen. The bearing of the compass can be set in basic game settings under System in the main menu. The compass can be set to always point north or to rotate it with your character. That's what I would like to do. I would like to set it to... Oh, okay. Because it's multiplayer, so you can't just stop the game. Just check. Neo 2 is a prequel.
We should keep moving.
Neo 2 is a prequel to Neo 1. Basic game settings. Oh, wait, hold on. No, yeah, hold on. Yep. Stick settings. Swap horizontal stick controls. Stick settings. Invert vertical controls on map. Just invert everything. Invert vertical stick on menus. What? Invert front and back stick controls. What are you talking about?
What is it? We should keep moving.
All right. I feel like I'm just gonna fight with this. Oh my god. See, I'm gonna keep doing that by accident, and I don't want to do that. Controls.
So, this ceremony will see the rise of a new shogun.
Configure
You
controls.
used to be so small and sickly. It's hard to believe you will now be shogun.
Stick settings. Invert
What is it?
vertical.
We should keep moving.
Controls on the map. Invert left and right. And yeah, I guess. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the? What? Hold on. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. Why did it do that? Invert front and back controls while moving. Why would I want to invert that? I thought it was saying something else. Why in the world would I want to invert that? Invert vertical stick control in menus. Where is the camera? What am I missing here? Swap stick controls. Is it right here and I'm not seeing it?
What is it? We should keep moving.
Display. I'm literally just looking for the word invert. Show controls. What's happening here? Oh, later, Ronan, have a good one. We'll probably still be here trying to figure out how to swap camera settings. It's got to be here. Camera. Oh, here we go. Why is that so? Some games call it game control or controls. Some games call it a different thing. Can I not run at all? Is there not a... Is it because I'm in the house?
Waiting in the back.
Ah, you've arrived. All right, hurry up and choose a weapon to practice with.
All right, hold on.
Any weapon will serve you in battle so long as you master it. Feel comfortable with.
Did I mean to basically make Yasuke? No, I pushed the randomize button, and all it randomized was my head. Dragon Quest VII downloaded, and now it gets to sit on my Switch homepage for a week, unable to be touched. I'm stupid. I don't have anything to do for the next 30 minutes. This is also kind of close to when he was alive in the timeline. Okay.
Oh, so that's the weapon you've chosen?
Sure.
Then I'll choose this one.
You picked the same one.
All right then.
Oh, wow. I'm in the right
Let us
spot.
begin the bout. Bow to each other.
What's the bow button? Gesture. R1. What? R1 and options? Okay.
Is something
This
the
one.
matter?
Yeah, I'm figuring out the controls. Shut up.
Watch your opponent closely. Otherwise, you'll miss. Direct your attention to Lord Kinematsu.
Yeah, I'm looking. Is that the guy? I'm looking right at him. All right, here we go.
The ceremony may be soon, but I won't be holding back. Takechio.
Quick attacks let you move first, while strong attacks consume more ki.
Are there other... Can I just...
Performing a ki
Is there, like-
pulse after an attack allows you to quickly recover ki.
What? Performing a key pulse after an attack will recover a portion of the key used. After performing a samurai attack, press R1 as the blue light gathers around you. Did you just walk through that pillar? Performing a key pulse just as the lights coalesce will greatly increase the amount of key. Okay, so. Okay, that.
Not bad.
Oh, I have to
Now
wait.
It's my turn.
No, it's not.
But attacking isn't everything. You have to defend yourself too.
All right.
Sometimes you dodge, or sometimes you block and try to counterattack.
All right. Ooh, ooh. Oh, no. All right, now kill him. Get on. Yeah, hold on.
The more you attack, start to get your skills sharpening.
Woo! Okay, hold on. Wait, hey, it's popping out now. Our gauge can be charged by attacking and guarding against enemy attacks. When the gauge is full, use a strong attack or martial art. Using a strong attack or martial art will activate arts proficiency. Arts proficiency is active. Strong attacks and martial arts will be enhanced. Does not consume key. Damage dealt to enemies is increased, and key consumption is decreased. Different martial arts can be used consecutively. Martial arts can be viewed via custom martial arts ninjutsu in the main menu. Okay, so wait, charge the arts by hitting enemies with attacks. Okay.
Once your skills have fully sharpened, you can unleash all your strength with martial arts.
Charge the arts gauge and press and hold. Oh, I have to charge again. Oh, I keep forgetting to do the other thing. That. What a wildly telegraphed move there.
Excellent. Hone your skills in battle. Unleash martial arts. And then follow attacks. These are the basics for a samurai.
Use medicine to heal your wounds when injured.
It's all kind of intuitive. Like he said to use health, and I used it before that thing even popped up on the screen.
Let's put it all together. Make use of both offensive and defensive strategies and defeat Lord Kunimatsu.
AI doesn't care about telegraphed
Will today
move.
be the day you finally defeat me? Come, show me your strength.
That's enough.
There we go.
winner
By
of
the
this
end, he's
bout
just
is
like
Lord Takechi,
whacking him.
Lord Kunimatsu. You've finally
One of those damage
been
sounds
bested.
sounds like a burp.
I got careless, that's all. It won't happen again.
Oh, I'm trying to finish my opponent. Damn, they don't let you finish him. My stick wasn't sharp enough.
That is odd.
Oh, I guess they all have these little. You didn't do the right input for the kill. Oh, but maybe they censored it out. Maybe they censored it. You can't do the quick kills here. Urgh. Ah. Whew! Thank God we didn't see her boob. We might not have ever gotten this game. All right. So at what point At what point do the K-pop singers come out? Are they? Is that them? Are they? Okay, they're not the K-pop singers. Man, I hate boobs. Thank God. Said nobody ever. I don't know. I'm sure someone at Ad Hoc said that. Oh, my favorite part of Neo 3 is when was when Ryu Hayabusa showed up.
The castle has fallen to
Hattori Hanzo. That's a made-up
I'll
name.
clear the way. Escape underground.
Wait, does it really? Because I kind of thought that guy reminded me of Ryu Hayabusa.
A yokai.
All names
What's
are made
going
up.
on here? Takechio, stay alert.
All right, what do you mean stay alert? Oh.
How could something like this come to pass? On the day a new shogun was to be chosen.
Once again, I have to reload Twitch entirely because the comments stopped loading on your end. I wonder why that happened.
You must remain vigilant. The castle is
Oh my God! I thought he was
yokai.
coming to kill me.
Lord Gilmut, we will do whatever it takes to defend you.
The yokai realm is a peculiar realm where an enemy yokai are born. Human key recovery speed is greatly reduced here. While in a yokai realm, successfully executing a key pulse while in samurai style will cleanse and dispel that yokai realm. Oh my God!
And focus on the enemy's movements.
Yeah, this feels just awkward to me.
This is no ordinary fight. Be on guard. Let's treat your wounds.
Lord Takechio! Lord Takechio, use your strength. Finish the fiend!
Oh, what was it? Hold on. Oh. Press, okay. Why don't we just use that sword? It's a known bug Twitch has just not chosen to address since the first day it was brought up, and they said, that's weird, did you try refreshing? What I find helpful, when the site breaks, press F12, check the disable cache, then press and control F5 to refresh the page. Speak with you?
It's been years since my last real battle, but somehow I got out of there alive. But new yokai will appear soon. You two, leave here at once.
New yokai. Wasn't that the inspiration for one of the lands from Pokemon?
Sekishisai split a massive rock that a Tengu had transformed into. Now it's my turn!
Oh, my sword broke.
There's a well up ahead, just past the inner gate. From there, you can escape underground. It is my duty to protect you from the yokai. Fret not. I'll be along as soon as I'm done.
Is he dying in the middle of our conversation?
My thanks, Munenori. Takechio.
Like 3 sentences ago, he was fine, and by the end of that, it sounded like he was having a heart attack.
For your safety, I have no doubt that you will be an exceptional shogun.
What? Oh, there's a well ahead where in that cutscene we saw that monster just chuck that woman. All right, let's go. Come on, other guy that's going to let me do all the work. Yeah, let me heal up a little bit.
I won't let his efforts be in vain.
Praying at shrines will recover your life and replenish your... Okay. Defeating enemies will respawn. All right. So normal mechanic. Is that my run speed? Oh, there we go. It wasn't letting me do that earlier. All right. So you can... There is running. Yeah, it wasn't letting me do that earlier. Yeah, those are the bonfires.
The castle doesn't
Yeah,
stand
so
a
that's
chance.
running. I will immediately downgrade any game that has running but no sliding.
I thought we'd finally created a peaceful world. Was it nothing more than a fleeting dream?
There we go. What was that?
See you both unharmed.
Aha! Okay, got him. Hey, Mr. Sonic.
Even us ninja have been pushed to the very brink.
Speak with
No
Hattori
one can
Hanzo.
tell
Boy, everybody saw Kill Bill, huh?
Let's go over some of the ninja techniques I shared.
Everyone's talking like the situation is mildly inconvenient at best. Like, oh, here we go again. Use shift style. Samurai style focus on direct melee combat and aims to dish out greater damage through arch proficiency. Focuses on agility combat with hit and run tactics. Utilizes ninjutsu. Okay. So we're going to switch.
Now you certainly look the part of a ninja. Doesn't look like you have a weapon fit for a ninja, though. Guess there's no way around it. Get a weapon from one of my fallen men around here.
Okay.
Let me know once you have found one.
Oh, here we go. Now we're talking. A little better. Let's try some of these. Ooh, wait a minute. That might be the wave. I feel like they're all really quick. Use throwing attacks to hit enemies from a distance. Nah, we're going dual swords. Let's see how we feel about this. Dual ninja swords. Oh well. All right. So what do we do here?
Is that the weapon you'd like?
Sure.
Enemies, get ready.
Yokai.
Ow! Oh, wait a minute. Character has swift movements and low-key expenditure. Further, when attacking enemies from behind, it deals more damage than samurai style. Press R1 after attacking. Using mist after an attack will cause you to quickly turn your body. Will cause you to quickly turn your body, evading the enemy without consuming ki. Additionally, using this ability near enemies will create a shadow of yourself that temporarily attracts enemies. Unlike ki pulses, mist cannot recover ki or perform purification.
My lord, get a hold.
I like this better.
As a
Okay,
ninja,
wait.
You should make use of your ninjutsu.
Hey, AGM.
Keep your distance from enemies.
I like that better. It's faster.
Show all of
Ninja style allows you to use ninjutsu. Using ninjutsu for a variety of effects and actions, such as long-range attacks and unique moves. So, R1 plus one of those. Enemies will fill each. Okay. Attacking enemies will fill each ninjutsu gauge and recover its uses. Oh, so I wanna make the shadow, and then I wanna give them a second so that the enemies will target it.
Enemy unleashed.
Oh my god.
Opening to your advantage and counter.
Sometimes be surrounded in a red aura indicating an impending burst attack. Burst attacks can be repelled with burst attacks. Press R2 while an enemy is performing a burst attack. Time right to cancel the enemy's attack. It's important to retreat. Okay. That was my fault. Oh, is there a mechanic for? Okay, that was my fault. Is there a mechanic for dodging, like last second dodges or parries? I'll take a parry mechanic. I prefer a dodge mechanic. Oh, I'm all the way back here. Why didn't it save before there? There's no sort of mechanic like that? That's kind of a bummer. You gotta use pure skill. I don't like the way that sounds. Oh, there's a double jump?
Yokaya, use the ninja's swift move to beat your opponent.
Dragon Quest 1 can go beyond 999. Just hit. Oh my god.
Distance from enemies in mind. I will show you all
Haha! Oh, could I not? I couldn't dodge.
Get a hold of yourself.
Or I was trying to parry and it wouldn't work. I feel like your hitbox is bigger than your character.
Use that opening to your advantage and counter it.
Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, I forgot how to use the other power thingy. Whoa. Oh my god.
Now is no time for recklessness.
Sorry, it's the only way I know how to play these games. Oh, I definitely hit the R2.
My lord, get a hold of yourself.
Time R2 with style shift with red attack. I mean, yeah. I played Neo 1 and 2. Wasn't a fan of its gameplay. Yeah, see, these are the types of things where if I really bear down, like if I really lock in, I can probably do this a lot better. But I kind of don't want to. We'll try it. We'll try it another couple of times. I don't think I'm vibing with this too much. Yeah, this is still a Souls-like game, which I don't normally like. I know I don't normally play, but I'm not against or anything. But I always just kind of end up feeling like this.
Yokai, huh? Use the ninja's swift movement to confuse your opponent and strike.
Not to mention, I think there's a mechanic that I'd never really mentioned not liking. I'm not a big fan of and I know what the purpose of it is. I'm not a big fan of the sort of the stamina attack thing where you can't just rush down. You have to like right now, I'm in a good position, but I have to stop. I have to stop and I have to step away because I have to let my stamina bar recharge. I don't think that I'm a big fan of that mechanic. I think every time I've seen it, I don't like it.
Keep your distance from anyone.
Maybe don't be as greedy. But that's how I like to play them. That's the thing. That's why I never really enjoy these games, because I can't be greedy. I can't just rush down. And I like rushing down. I forget how to do the quick kill, whatever it is. I don't. Yeah. Listen. I bought a sword. I didn't buy a shield.
To your advantage and counterattack.
I bought this game to fight, not to block. Ah, wait. Here we go. Oh, look, I'm doing stuff. Okay, so I have to target to time the. Okay. When he does the red attack thing, I'm supposed to shift at the right moment, and then that works.
That was a close one.
I wish the new South Station actually.
I sense the yokai lingering here. I'll stay here on my own, but both of you please go ahead.
Okay.
You won't be able to stop the yokai in that state.
You
Least
should
of
go to
all on your
Pennsylvania.
own. I will remain here and defend the castle with you. Takechio will be fine alone. Have trust in your lord.
Hey, we're just volunteering me for tasks now?
There is no time to debate the matter. Have it your way. I'll go lower the ladder. Just wait here.
Okay. No. What happened there? There we go. You know, in Marvel Rivals, I could have just jumped up there.
Don't forget the ninja skills you have learned. You stay safe out there.
Yes, because you are a volunteer, so they don't pay you.
Not journey alone. I will come with you.
Okay. I borrowed Nekomata. Do I even have...
Do not worry about Hanzo. He has survived.
Like, Hector looks like a Naruto character that got lost. Are there overhead attacks? I mean, not for that guy, but...
That must be the well leading underground. Why don't you die right?
Okay. This isn't a fighting game. What? No. What's it called? That overhead attacks? Dark Souls. When you jump down, you could hit the button and you could stab down. I remember because that was one of my first deaths in Dark Souls, because you can attack down and you'll survive, but if you fall, you die. Which is the dumbest logic ever, but go ahead. Haha! But this is a hack and slash. I mean, is it?
Is Lord Kunamatsu speaking with someone?
Oh, this is the well.
But I don't see anyone there.
And the attack is over their head. It's a jump attack. I mean, no, I would say it's a drop down attack, because a jump attack would be like doing this and then attacking. So it's like a drop down attack.
Spirit Stones unleashed a terrible conflict upon this country.
Should give Ninja Gaiden 4 play. The
mustn't
gameplay is
allow
awesome.
them to be used
Is it
ever
faster?
again.
Does it let me go at my own speed? Yeah, is there a demo? I'll play the demo. Once again, everyone sounds so annoyed at what's happening, not mad or scared. Oh wait, you're talking about in-game?
Create a barrier. Quickly, this way. Not Kunimatsu. Wait, is that...
It's lightning fast, but it's hard. See, I like that. Huh. That whole sequence playing out was kind of weird. Ninja Gaiden 4's ass. Play the older ones.
It was their honor to die for their lord, and I saw it through.
I heard to give Ninja Gaiden 4 play, and now I'm curious.
It is I who will be Shogun.
Okay.
Only I am fit for the seat of Shogun.
What?
Only ever in my shop.
I died. Oh, you're supposed to die there? I hate that, because that's going to be one of those you can win. It's Bayonetta's here. Oh, wait, Bayonetta showed up. Oh, it's over now.
Let's finish this already.
Hey, wait, that was a hat this whole time? I thought that was Bayonetta's hair.
To become Shogun that badly.
Go!
She doesn't look like Bayonetta. It's the hat. It's the beehive haircut from Bayonetta 1.
What makes a Shogun anyway?
Usually like a really nice pistol. I consider that a Shogun. A hat in time 2. A hat the whole time. Wait, that could be the name of the game.
You'll never understand what it means!
Nah. Imagine that's the whole demo. It just stops right there. Thank you for playing our demo.
What is this?
I don't know. You tell me.
Kusanagi's power.
Now I got all these Jin from Golden Sun with me.
It seems Kusanagi has something to say.
What? Oh, this guy?
Kusanagi's appearance has changed.
What?
Incredible. Your
What are we
wishes
doing here?
seem to have brought out Kusanagi's power.
Okay, now we'll be back later.
You may have an innate talent for connecting with
Ninja Gaiden 1 and 2 probably the best. 4 is better than 3 by a landslide. Leave the area. Let me? Okay. I guess I have to talk to him. Select a form for Kusanagi and leave this place. Sure.
What a curious place. Perhaps we will have cause to return sometime.
All right, but where do we go right now? There? There should be a law against just blinding white screens on movies and video games. Hear that, DKC1? just make a rule against it. Unless it's the point. Unless you're watching a movie in the theater and the point is that there's a flashbang, like you're right. So it's like I like when the audience gets brought into it in that way.
My lord.
Yeah.
It seems
Again, they
that
sounded so
Geas
bored and
has fled.
inconvenienced. Oh, I wanted that thing to go. I want them to be like stands. Look at that mustache. What do I have to do?
Escape route.
What do you think? Should I grow a long, right? Whoosh. I want to grow a mustache that makes me look like the Gundam from Turn A. Okay, I'll chalk that up to me not paying enough attention.
Or the symbol of the Takeda army, but they were defeated long ago. What was that? What a sinister light! Kunimatsu was
Wanted to see if you could do it. I was curious to know. Oh, look, I got my stuff back. Yay!
or the symbol
Fight
of the
Revenant?
Takeda army, but they were defeated long ago. What was that?
What?
What a sinister light! Kunimatsu was shrouded in the same glow.
Why is this a thing? What's happening here? Touch my grave? Yeah, you just jump off. If you can pull it off, all the power to you. They weren't even subtle about it. It's just you died. It's just over. Why is there Trios? Why is there Macho Man Randy Savage? Is that because I jumped off off the top turnbuckle and now I busted my knee? Buddy. Oh, there's like stuff around that you can fight. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. I just remembered I was in stupid samurai mode. I think I would only like this game in ninja mode. The Amrita that is required to level up will be lost when you die, but if you die while accompanied by a guardian spirit, you'll leave behind a grave that you can retrieve. Okay. Oh, so that the Revenant thing is something different than my grave. Yeah, when I grabbed the Revenant the first time, I thought I was getting. Wait, what? I thought I was getting like I had to fight a version of myself before I get my stuff back. Offering Ochoko Cup at a benevolent grave will summon forth an acolyte to fight at your side. Acolytes remain until battle spoils gauge disappears on their or their life drops to 0. Oh, so this is just like an assistant. Your headphones shut off this time? Battle scrolls allow you to replay completed missions or undertake. Okay, I don't want to do that. All right. felt like a lot of stuff. Level up. Okay. All right. Classic situation here. Amarita. Strength. Oh, the controls are inverted for the menu. I think I didn't change that up. Skill, intellect, magic, heart. Oh, it's that game. Okay, hold on. Change guardian spirit, battle scroll. Okay. What? Equipment. Oh, I can equip things. I don't know why. I don't really like this equipment setup. Whoa! What did I just get there? Shadow, raiding with a party of 1. Welcome, welcome. I got this thing, I think. No. Is this what I have? What did I just get? Did I get an accessory? What did I just get? Or did I not pick it up? Okay.
That appears to be the Tokugawa banner.
All right, so these are...
It seems
Yeah, these
we've
are all the
been
ones.
whisked away to somewhere else.
Here, let's fight the
again.
Revenant.
I can't make sense of this.
What?
Let us continue for
Oh, sure, but if it was me, I'd fall right off the edge. Air's waist guard. All right, so not here. Oh, there's no behind the back kill or anything. Deal massive damage to unaware enemies from behind by pressing triangle. Oh, so there's no prompt for it. Who's that? Oh my god! Oh, what? The hell was that?
Lord Ieyasu, you must flee! We'll hold off the intruders!
Who just said that? That guy? You're supposed to be able to... Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not vibing with it. I think I don't like that the nature of the type of gameplay this is means I have to play it at their pace. Like I want to keep fighting and then I can't. Is there a crouch button? There we go. Oh, I have items. I didn't even know I had like ninja stars and stuff. Or shuriken. Shuriken and whatever those feather things are. Oh, okay. So it's the little red circle. Alright, I wanted to see what that was like. That's, whoa. I mean, that was kind of cool. Yeah, oh, you can fight at your own pace, just upgrade stamina. Yeah, but how long is that going to take? Yeah, I think this is just why I never really got into these games in general.
A clash between the Tokugawa and Takeda forces. I can hardly believe it. It's unfathomable. But there is no other explanation. This is the Warring States period. The leader of the opposing forces must be Takeda Shingen.
Oh, okay. There's so much stuff. Visually, it looks fine.
What?
What? Yeah, just like 40 to 120 hours. Maybe using two swords isn't the best. Is there a faster weapon? Mind you, I'm using the two swords because two swords usually fight the fastest. Blech. That's why. Is there a faster weapon? There we go. And how do I use? Is it? How do I use the ninja, the shuriken and the feather? By the way, they just hang on to the edge there. Here, let's.
Arrow to the head will kill most anything. The
Oh.
rear guard will handle this.
Shoot. R2. Oh, L2. Okay. Oh, brother, hold on. Controls. Did I mess that up before? Basic game setting. How did I do this before? Controls here? Off. Off. Okay. I don't know. Alright, let's try this guy out. I need 2 cups for that guy. Oh, is that what the Ocho cups are for? The Ocho cups are to summon people? Must have been the wind. It was the wind. It was the wind. Ocho. That's what it was called. Ochoko cups or something. Who's that? What? Am I getting shot at by a wizard? Yeah, what do you guys think? What are you thinking about? Like, does it seem okay, or does it really feel like just fine? Switch to one sword. Can I switch to one sword in ninja style? I don't like. I'm not really vibing with the samurai style. It's just, it feels slow. Oh, what? Oh my god. You seem to be doing fine. Oh, it's not a question of how I'm doing. I'm not even worried about that. I'm just worried about if I'm enjoying myself. And I don't feel like I'm enjoying myself. I feel like I'm just going through the motions of playing the game. No. Oh.
The enemy!
Well. Oh, wait. Let me hit that other guy first. You sound like you're obligated. No, I'm definitely not obligated to finish it. Oh, damn. Wait, oh my god! Wait, he got me! Oh, he read the tutorial too. Oh, wait, maybe he's on his own game. Yeah, I don't think it's as terrible or anything. It just kind of is. Neo, what's this? Neo did that to me. It's the Weather Channel of games. Yeah, it's like, it's fine. It's just, I don't know, it feels like the same exact thing that these games always are. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you don't do it on the way down. You have to do it from the top. All right. So let's see if you can. Well, there's nothing down there. So, oh wait, I went the wrong way. That jump kill looked unnatural. It looked like the game glitched me on the cliff or something. All right. I really think I'd be much happier with a parry mechanic. Or a dodge mechanic. That's a Revenant thingy. Can I... my opinion is that game that struggles to find an identity and tries to balance both, just like Final Fantasy 16. Oh, brother. Reset the clock. You said switch to one sword. Can I switch to one sword? Not the samurai thing? Because there was a one sword ninja style. What? Zoro shakes his head in disgust. I know. I can't even have 3 swords. I think that's another problem with this, and I don't know how much. I mean, it's obviously the game's fault in a way, but it just doesn't feel exciting to kill anything. Oh my god! Like doing all of that and killing them. How slow is Samurai? It's slower than Ninja, and even Ninja is kind of like Ninja with 2 swords. Even this is kind of like, I don't know how I'm feeling about this. It's the game's fault. Speaking like a true gamer, it's the game's fault. Yeah, it's not interesting to be killing. Like it just doesn't. Ugh. Also, I don't know why this feels weird to me. This is when you know I'm having a problem, because walking off of this, he doesn't just drop down. There's like a little hover. I don't know why that bugs me. Haha! It's not stealthy enough to have Assassin's Creed. Did you see that snake kill? And not action enough to be like, you see that hit? Yeah, like there were times where I would do things in like the faster paced games, and I'm like, oh my god, that was awesome. This is like, okay, I got him. Oh, and because he's a boss character. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Come here. Imagine if he just... I kind of want him to just walk in the fire.
There are too many of them. Without reinforcements, we're done for.
Oh, ninjutsu. Okay, that's those. Okay. Okay, so you can throw... Alright, I'm kind of getting it. That's those. Is that a person? Oh, it is. Ah! Turn around at the right moment. Oh, that's what kind of was driving me crazy about that. So you don't get any height off the second jump. Look. The second jump is just a spin. I guess it's more of a distance double jump. And am I missing a little prayer? Oh, wait, I can't do the prayer thing because the prayer thing will bring all the enemies back.
Do my eyes deceive me? Are those yokai in the enemy ranks?
What? Yeah, see, if I pray right here, I kind of have to. How long is this demo, by the way? Did anybody finish it? Summon visitor has been unlocked. This feature enables you to request help from other players. All right, but I can't do that because I don't have what's it called. So let's go with that. Actually, let me run to the restroom real quick, and I will be right back. Change. So what do these do, actually? Guardian Spirit Company can be changed. Changing enhance certain player stats. All right. I guess I only have the one, so never mind. Co-op, battle scroll. Okay. Oh, so that brought them all back, so I should be safe. There is a spirit for different kinds, for different kind of styles. So I only have the one right now. Aha! Oh, get out of the fire. What? Why'd you go back into the camp you cleared? Technically I went backwards. I think. Because I forgot to save. I guess when I got there, I passed the save. No, wait. I'm going this way. Yeah, because when you save, it resets all the enemies. So I had to come back this way. I think. Right? Because am I not going this way? Wait, I'm not going this way. Oh, later trios, have a good one. Yeah, am I not going that way? Where am I going? This way? No, this is backwards. I think. Yeah. I came in here. I went this way. I think I noticed something I hate too. Using too much stamina causes an animation to show exhaustion. I hate that. Some kind of wave. So, okay. Here's my problem. Some kind of waypoint would be pretty neat. On the mini map, isn't that a waypoint? Like, see how there's the N at the top, and then on the left side, it's like the little line with the little line. Isn't that? I thought that's what I was following, but that's not the waypoint. Is that not it? Hey, how'd you see that? How'd you see where that came from? AC Shadow spoiled me with the hold this down and we'll draw a line you can follow. Yeah, like that's, you know, you hate it all you want, but that's usually pretty decent. Who's there? Nobody. Oh my god. What? I didn't even see that guy. Is this guy indestructible? Oh! How did that? What happened there? Use gamer rules. If enemies keep showing up, you're going the right way. But I can't use that in this because if I go to hit the save point, all the enemies come back. So, all right. Well, that didn't work. Yeah, the double jump doesn't add any height. What a weird system there. Yeah, is there like a hint system that I'm not seeing? It isn't the fastest route. You can break off and shortcut through stuff. It's just the most efficient path you can take via roads. So yeah, this is where I came in. And then I'm also going to nitpick at the fact that why is almost everything that every interaction that I use the buttons for, I have to hold it down. How about up there? Okay, wait, hold on. So is it up there? No, that's not even a thing. They got Uncle to play Neo. Yeah, I mean, they got Uncle to play Neo, but I don't know. How about this guy? All the way back here. This poor guy is just having the worst day. He has no idea where any of this is coming from. Funny enough, you'd probably like the exploration of Elden Ring. This feels like a trick to get me to play Elden Ring. Yeah, the gameplay is the issue. Can I run around Elden Ring and not fight? I'm sure there's like a pacifist run of the game where they just I just didn't feel like fighting any of the enemies. What? Kinda? Here, we'll ninja kill. What? I love Elden Ring. Ooh, I love Elden Ring, but it has its issues. Yeah, sometimes you hit the button, sometimes you have to hold the button down. Oh, wait, hold on. Is there... dual sword... What? Why did it... Why did it say that? Damage numbers do nothing but make me confused at how much damage you're actually doing. Whoa. Hang on. We'll get him. We'll stealth him. Yeah, I'm just looking at the little bars. I'm looking at the health bars. Maybe Splatoon 3 had a point. No. Look, he's doing the Evangelion kick. I mean, I'm not. Later, Mr. Sonic, have a good one. I mean, I'm not the biggest stealth guy, and I'm stealth killing. Basic hits are like 60, but you did a stealth arrow for over 1,000, but also a ground stealth kill, and the guy lived. So I know that some of them are stronger. They just have more health. So I see that. What the heck? Oh, this is... Oh, later, Flash. Have a good one. Let's go. Can I increase strength again? What's down here? No? Yeah, the stronger guys look like the not strong guys. Ooh, hold on. My stomach's feeling a little wonky. Hey, hang on one second. I'll be right back. Ooh. You ever get the what do they call them? Hunger pangs? Right, like your stomach. It's like your stomach hurts, but you know it's because you haven't eaten anything, which is not true because I ate pancakes earlier. That was like my stomach was hurting, and I could tell I just needed something in my stomach. I grabbed the bagel, so I'm just raw dogging a bagel just to have something in my stomach a little bit. I'll mute the mic so you don't have to hear me chewing. Yeah, I got hit with a wave, and it was almost painful to me. Bagel ASMR denied. Here, I'll just lean away from it and try not to chew too loudly. So, all right. What am I not seeing here? Making me and my mom tacos. Ooh, cooking the meat now. Actually, I don't know why I say ooh. I'm not really a taco person. What am I doing? I saved, so all those enemies came back. Am I missing something here? What was I not seeing? Progress. I'm not seeing any sign of progress. No, where? Oh, no. Where am I supposed to go here? I'm not supposed to jump across, right? Because that's gonna be death. If I go that way, it's gonna be death. What am I missing? Is there a map? No, don't take a screenshot, you doofus. What am I missing here? This was the town. This was back here again.
What?
Oh, wait, did I loop around? Did I loop around? Sorry, everything's inverted for me. Oh, I can do that with the fire thing? Wait, what did I get? Flaming arrows. I'm having the hardest time because of the controls being inverted the way they are. This, yeah, I came through, I crawled. I went up that way. There's no map. What am I doing here? This is, yeah, that's the guy with the thing. With the, what's it called? I'm so lost right now. Did I come through here before? Oh, this was just a little shortcut thing to get this. So this is, I was here. Yeah, I was here already. Yeah, I think I'm probably not feeling well because this is... These are the moments I find myself pausing and asking, is it me? Yeah, I mean, I do that all the time. Does the whole game look like this? Well, this is just a demo. I'm assuming it's going to have different environments and stuff, but we were in a building. We were in buildings earlier. I did all of this, and now I don't know. Was that all sevens? I just don't know what else I should be doing. Or does it get colorful eventually? I mean, it was nice inside the buildings. Look, here go all the same people. And, okay, see, look, and then there's the save point over here. But if I save at this save point, it resets all the enemies. All right, so I was supposed to save and go this way, I think. Okay, I think this is what I did. No. I am...
Look.
No, here we go.
Takeda's
Okay.
forces are moving towards the Tokugawa camp. Is someone still fighting there?
Can I not? Can you stop talking so I can use my...
Let's go.
They stop talking, and I can do that. What? Okay. Oh, wait, what happened to my fancy weapons? What happened to my little shurikens and stuff?
More shining stones.
And demo completers in the chat. Like I said, I'm raw dogging a bagel.
Enemy though he is, that
What? Blech. Spinal. Good lord. See that? This is why you don't take from Cortez's treasure. I saw this in a documentary about pirates in the Caribbean.
Join our lord. I will keep them at bay. So long as I hold this spear, none shall cross this line.
Oh, I figured he would just get dead. Oh look, stuff is happening.
Dare defy me,
Why was I not doing any of that stuff?
the mightiest of Takeda's Crimson Army.
A guy. You have stared down the face of these demons. Now you shall fight a mortal man. Because that's somehow more frightening.
Rears its head. I will rend it from your very body.
All right, he got me. I mean, hats off to the guy. We're just going to retry, right? We start right there. We're going to retry and start right there. We're not going to have to go all the way back. Nah, we're done. The real evil man. Yeah, I'm not vibing with that. And I don't care enough to go all the way back and do all of that again. Yeah, there's no. It's fine. It's fine for what it is. It's just not. I don't think I vibe with this type of game. Like I'm used to modern conveniences and modern things for a reason. Not being able to just retry at the boss is not something that I want to engage in. Yeah, and that's the funny thing, Dragoon. I have one of the older games. It's either one or two. And I thought, wow, if I really like this demo, I'll go back and I'll try the other ones. It's great that the character's faster. He's kind of okay. I'm really not a fan of stamina bars that stop me from being able to attack at all. Like, I'd be fine if I could still attack, but my stamina bar being low means that the attacks are weaker. When your stamina bar runs out, you can't even swing. And I don't like that. I like Souls, but I tried Neo 1, wasn't vibing with it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not, I'm not. I'd like $40,000, but I'm also about the vibes. And if I'm not vibing with it, I just don't have fun with it. All right, so what time is it now? Okay, I might just call it early. Well, I don't want to call it this early. This is way too early. But I was thinking of calling it early. This was the most it's on demo of demos. Like, if you're really into these games, I'll ask you guys here. Is anybody here really into these games? Like, I know a couple of you said that you liked Elden Ring and some of the other, and like Dark Souls 3. Somebody said they like Dark Souls 3. Van was here. Is there anybody that has tried this or just was watching and thought, wow, this is actually kind of awesome? I think it just looks like all of the other ones. Right? It's a Tokugawa era Japan game, Souls style, right? I don't know. The visuals and everything. I'm guessing Neo 3 didn't do it for me. Well, No. I died to the boss, and now I'm all the way back here at the save point. So I was like, I don't care. Oh, I love Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring, and Bloodborne, but Neo is kind of lame. All right, so I don't feel as bad thinking, this wasn't really that exciting, but maybe it's just because I don't like these games. So even if I liked these games, I would probably think this was mid at best. I beat AC Shadows, which is a much better Japan game in my... Yeah, like, I don't know. I feel like this is... I feel like if you don't know what you're looking at, and you put this, Kazan, not the other Neo... I mean, technically the other Neo games, but it's a Neo game, so that makes sense. Like, this, Kazan, Sekiro, I feel like you wouldn't know what game you were looking at. If you just look at a screenshot or even had the character walk around, I feel like you wouldn't even know which game it was unless you looked at the UI and you remember what the UI was like. Ghost of... Okay, so Ghosts of, the Ghost series. Is this what that plays like? Because people told me that I would really like Ghost of Tsushima. And I was looking for a copy to buy it, but for some reason it's impossible to find. But is it like this? Or is it a Souls? Because I didn't think it was a Souls game. At the very least, I didn't think it was a Souls game. People have told me that it's faster. I would, but I have to actually boot up my PS5. Not at all. You're saying it's not like this. Oh, you're saying for playing Yote, for playing Ghost of Yote. Oh, it's nothing like a Souls game. All right, so I probably will like that then. Because people also told me, yeah, see, Wario, I think you would like Sekiro. I would probably end up not liking it. I'd probably be happy because it's faster combat, but I don't think I would end up liking it. No, nothing like a Souls game. It's purely on aesthetics. Okay, so purely from an aesthetic standpoint, it kind of looks like that. All right. Yeah, that's kind of a bummer. All right, I mean, the funny thing is, when I try stuff like this, like games not normally in my wheelhouse, I play them and I kind of wonder, like, I hope I like it, right? I never hope I don't like a game. Yeah, maybe there's a couple of them. But I'm almost relieved when I don't like it because now I don't have to think about, oh, well, here's another game that I want to play and I'm not going to. I disagree. Neo is just the problem. It's bland and uninteresting. Sekiro is just parrying. I have the same issues I have with Neo. And even then, the Ghost of series are more down to earth. I admittedly recommend Lies of P. If you like Bloodborne, you would enjoy it. Sekiro is a rhythm game disguised as a Souls-like. Yeah, I feel like we're always hunting for that one Souls game that actually fits us. It's because the Souls formula is not terrible. You know what? Okay. I think you would like Rise of the Ronin. It's got a cool story and really fast combat. You know what's a Souls game that clicked with me? That I like and I've actually played through multiple times. And I understand what they mean by it now. Now that I'm more familiar with them. Jedi Fallen Order. That has the Souls. I think that's the Souls game that fits us. It has the Souls formula, but not the outrageous Souls difficulty, and it's faster. It's a quicker game. So I think that's the Souls game that's the one. Everything else is just not what I'm looking for out of the game. Because again, I don't mind the formula. I don't mind the save points I wish that enemies would drop health. I wish that enemies would, like, I know that that's part of the formula where, oh, you can't heal. You have to use the health thing, but you only get a couple of health. Like, I wish that was different. I can't stand games that don't give you some sort of health. If you have a health bar, enemies should drop health. Even if it's not super common, they should do it. I played Sekiro in a Star Wars skin. Nice. Sekiro isn't too hard. I like the first Jedi, but Survivor was trash. I played about 2 hours of Survivor, but it was on Xbox. So it's kind of a long story, but I actually have the game, and I have an Xbox now, but I haven't. Well, the Xbox isn't here. It's still over at John and Elliot's, but I just haven't been motivated to finish it. Ew, Xbox. I beat Jedi Survivor. I liked it enough. Or I beat the first Jedi game. For me, it's more everyone seems to love these Soul games, so why don't I? And Dragoon, that's how I feel. That's how I end up feeling. Like I feel like I'm doing something wrong because everybody enjoys it. It's the Final Fantasy XIV problem. I feel like I'm doing something wrong because everybody loves it to death. So at the very least, and I do with 14, at the very least, I should like it. And I do like 14, but I don't love it. I don't get what everybody else gets out of it. And Souls games are exciting to an extent. So I feel like I'm doing something wrong by not liking it. But I don't know. I just can't. I can't get down with it this way. My Xbox is perfectly capable of playing Crunchyroll just fine. What makes it worse for me is the things that would make me like it are hit immediately with no, that would ruin the vision. I'm like, I guess I can't then. Yeah, like the faster combat. Like, oh, but Souls, Dark Souls specifically is built around slower combat. Great. So there's the core of the game. What you're saying is the core of the design of those games is already something I don't like. Fire Emblem. I like strategy games. I love strategy games. Fire Emblem's design, combat-wise, other than the battalions, all of that stuff, combat-wise, Fire Emblem is designed around permadeath. It's why you get so many characters. It's why you have so many things. It's why you have different ways to level them up. The game is built around the idea of permadeath. But I don't like permadeath. So I turned it off when we played Three Houses. See, yeah, Wario. When I played Three Houses, I turned off permadeath. And I found the game was too easy. I found that it was pretty easy to run in there. And again, the battalions thing was about the AoE. The battalions thing was all about not liking the fact that characters didn't have AoEs because you told me the AoEs were the battalions. I'm talking about the permadeath. The permadeath aspect of the game. It feels like the game is designed for it. So the game is designed to work off something that I don't like. So when I turn it off and I'm waiting for the enemies to come at me so that I can take care of them, they don't. They stand there. If you're not in their range, they won't move towards you. And I feel like that's a permadeath mechanic. I don't know if it's true or not, but I feel like that's a mechanic that's designed to not overwhelm the player so that you have time to heal up and stuff. And I don't like it. I turn off permadeath, annoying. Three Houses was really not designed with permadeath in mind. So permadeath means... what's this? Means as obvious as it sounds. That's more a smart AI tactic. They just don't rush into your range. I don't know, because I used to have them. I mean, when I first started playing Final Fantasy Tactics, they were rushing into my range, and it was getting me killed because the enemies just overwhelm you. And I felt like Fire Emblem wasn't doing that because it was sort of giving me a breather. Like, I know that sounds weird. Maybe I'm not explaining it right, but it felt like something that was designed around the idea that if you lose a character, if we overwhelm you and you start losing characters, you're going to lose very quickly. In other Fire Emblem games, you get like 40 to 50 units throughout the entire game. So having a guy die here and there isn't a big deal, which means that getting all of the characters and stuff is that's there. It feels like that's there because you might lose characters, right? They can't give you 10 characters in a game with permadeath. After hour 4, you might have to restart the whole game all over again. So they give you all of these characters, but I wasn't losing anybody because I have permadeath off. So the whole point of it is that, like, even if that was an overcomplication of the issue, the whole point is that one of the core features of Fire Emblem is permadeath, which means that one of the core features of that series of games is something that I just don't like. And that's kind of what the Souls thing is it seems really interesting, but I don't like the slower combat. I don't like the exaggerated difficulty, which, again, this game doesn't really feel like exaggerated difficulty. It just felt like I wasn't paying attention the way I should have been. But yeah, I think in the end, I'm not going to really enjoy any of these games. Tactics is more about swarm and overwhelming mechanics rather than Fire Emblem, where enemies like to hold on to good positions and strategies. Yeah, both are valid tactics. Yeah, they're valid tactics, but I always felt like the Fire Emblem ones were that was maybe it's not designed for it, but it paired well with permadeath. So when you turn permadeath off, it just kind of negates a lot of the challenge of the game, because I can just send characters in and rush them. What do I feel like playing then? Is it bad that I feel like playing a few rounds of Rivals, but I don't want to? I kind of do. I think that's where I am right now, Marcos, is that everything I want to do, I also don't want to do. Browse NSO. Yeah, not all Souls games are slow, but Neo is uninteresting. Just a couple of minutes. Just a couple of minutes ago, yeah, it's boring. So, Van, because people always say this, and then Sekiro is the one that they always come up with. What is a fast Souls game other than Jedi Fallen Order? Which I actually said that one time, and somebody said that Jedi Fallen Order wasn't fast. And then I said, no, you're just playing it differently than I was, because I was moving pretty fast in that game. You could also have done permadeath on with the limited dragon time reversal if you make the mistakes. See, yeah, Jedi Survivor, Jedi Fallen Order, Jedi or Sekiro, Jedi Sekiro. Yeah, so those are the only ones. So there really are no options. That's why it doesn't seem like there are options for me to play these types of games, which I feel like I'm missing out on something. And then I feel bad that I'm playing it wrong, or I'm doing something that I'm not enjoying it as much as everybody else. But I guess you just have to, I don't know. I guess I just have to acknowledge that that's how it is. Elden Ring is pretty fast, but not as fast as Sekiro. So yeah, Sekiro is the Elden Ring as a thief class. It sounds like a troll. Yeah, I don't know. I guess this is just going to be one of those genres of games that I'm interested in, but I never like. That's again because when we ask for those options, we're often told they would ruin the purity. Yeah, they would ruin the purity. Well, no. I wouldn't even say that they're ruining the purity of it. I would say that they're ruining the mechanics of it. I think that the saving at the things, and it resets the enemies, and that's where you reset your health, and like all of those mechanics, I think that they're part of the core experience. And if you try to change any of that, then yeah, you are changing the core experience. Night Rain is pretty fast when sprinting. Not all Souls games are slow, but I just played Neo 2 a couple minutes ago, and it's pretty boring. Okay, there we go. Now, the problem with Sekiro is that there's not too many ways to play other than the basic stuff the game gives you. Didn't you feel that Stellar Blade was fat? Yeah, so like Stellar Blade was interesting because Stellar Blade's another one that people thought was slow, and I said I played that game pretty quickly. I was able to actually fight pretty fast in Stellar Blade. You have your katana and your ninja tools. If you don't like them, there's nothing really else to use. I don't mind that, Wario. Sometimes I don't. If you give me enough stuff to do with the weapons that I have, I actually don't mind that too much. I definitely think it makes it a little more manageable, rather than Metroid Dreads. Let's use every single button. We joke about it. I'm happy with. All right, let me swing my sword. Maybe I get a couple of combos, and I can like throw stuff. People complained until they realized the game was hard. Elden Ring uses a ton of quality of life stuff. Then you have those things and have better quality of life features. Yeah, and it's not difficulty. I played Armored Core. When I played Armored Core 6, Armored Core 6 is a pretty tough game as far as especially the bosses. And I played that game 3 times in a row. That I played it and then I beat it. And then I immediately wanted to play it again. So I looked up stuff about different endings. And then I found out you have to basically play it 3 times to get the best ending. So I ended up doing that. I ended up playing through it again. And got through the same difficult bosses that I did before, and then I immediately played it one more time, and I got all the endings in it. Armored Core 6 was so fun. It was such a good game. But it was challenging. It was difficult. Because I don't want it to seem like, oh, he just doesn't like really hard games. Like, no, Armored Core was amazing. Armored Core 6 was fantastic, and that game was hard as balls. It became known for it, and I enjoyed the heck out of it. I think the big thing that a lot of people don't realize about a lot of Souls games is that the difficulty is usually self-inflicted. A boss too hard, come back later when you're stronger. Stop bashing your head against the wall. I play the Jedi games. They weren't fast, but Dark Souls 1 is slow. Elden Ring depends on your build. I played a character with 2 swords and it changes to a sword shield to ease difficulty. Yes, Van. When I played Fallen Order, it was fast. I was jumping and flipping around and stuff, and then I think you get the 2 swords in that game. Yeah, I actually played that game really quickly, like as a fast-paced character. That's why I wasn't really sure when I first heard that. When I first heard somebody say that Jedi Survivor or Jedi Fallen Order was slow, I'm like, I don't know. Isn't it weird? Sad SSD. You have to qualify that. Like I said, I don't like Super, so you don't like Metroidvanias. I mean, in my case, that's true though. In my case, it's true that, you didn't like, if I didn't like Dark Souls. Oh, you don't like Souls games? I kind of don't, I think. Because I think the things that are built into Souls games are the things I don't like. Alrighty, what time is it? I want to do something else. Do we have anybody that wants to play Rivals? Do we want to play a couple rounds of Rivals? Or am I just going to call it early? Or do I just play Rondo of Blood? You don't know. That's okay. Yeah, that's why I wasn't sure. I'm going to eat a taco. Rondo? Not competitive, I will say. I will say things like, no. So Van, whenever we do really anything here, we don't use mics or anything, so you're not going to hear that. I also keep my chat turned off, like the in-game text chat. I turned all of that off. I don't need to hear anybody complaining about me. Yeah, when we do it, it's just quick match, and we just jump in, and that's all. That's all it ever really is with us. I've been banned for a couple of days. Like I said earlier, browse NSO and just sample some things. Play Wario World. Did anything come out on NSO or any other thing? Yeah, I don't know. It's funny if I get my camera set up so that I can do like building stuff right here, we'll be able to swap it around. You should get Gundam Breakers. No. Lately, no. Another thing with Soul difficulty, maybe it's because I've been so entrenched in the series. I've been feeling like the games are less difficult and more punishing. So, easier to handle when you lock in, but when you don't lock in, you just die quickly. Oh, wait, yeah, there was Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. Yeah, that's not happening. I don't know. I feel like, to be honest, I feel like I should probably just call it early just so that I can really sit down and eat food. Or I can go to an Amazon and order this Police Zaku from Gundam G-Quacks. What the games are asking you to do aren't especially hard, but making a mistake gets you killed. I've heard that a lot of Souls games are now less about being hard, and more about more the sudden walls. A lot of difficulty are more knowledge checks. Let me tell you, Dark Souls 1 humbled me so hard after playing the recent Souls games. There's some pretty cool weapons in Elden Ring, though. Not sure of the weapons in other Souls games, but the Wolverine claws, and there's Wolverine claws in Elden Ring. Listen, I wanted to play Elden Ring, or I wanted to see Elden Ring just for the bosses. I thought some of those bosses. I don't know if she's the last boss. What's the lady in the gold armor? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me put this back to Millennia. Oh, yeah, Melania is the one that just got the movie no one wants to watch. Millennia, she's fun. Wow, yeah, if you swap the A and the E around, it's oh my god. I'm debating if I'm willing to get Elden Ring for Switch 2, give it one last chance. I mean, if you still have it, I would just try it again, but all right, so let me browse. Let's browse the store here. Maybe there's something here we can see. What the heck was that? Okay. Well, just play the copy you have now. Yeah, that's why. There's no point. Elden Ring Switch 2 previews have been really bad frame rate. Ooh. So maybe not. I love Elden Ring. I think it's the easiest of the Souls. It's a pretty fun fight. My main issue with Elden Ring is once you kill a boss, it's gone unless you jump into someone else's game. Oh, well, I feel like that's normal. So what is it? Gundam? Gundam. I mean, you don't have to say it in capitals like that. Gundam Breaker 4. $30. But then I'm assuming there's like the collection version. Look at all these Gundam games. Oh, I don't have it. I meant Souls like in general. Oh, okay. I played Fallen Order and liked it. Tried Demon Souls and hated it. And most I don't like. Gundam versus New Gundam Breaker. If you want to try Elden Ring, it goes on sale for half off on Steam. All right, so this is not. This isn't like the special edition. The special edition had a bunch of other crap with it. The main issue with Elden Ring is fighting two bosses at the same time that weren't designed around it. So just the base version is 30. 4 out of 5. Why are you guys trying to get me to play this game when this game sucks, apparently? A 4 out of 5. That barely registers. Mobile Suit Silver Phantom. Mid as hell. I'm so sick of open world games. Where'd that come from? Add-ons. Get that 4 out of 5 trash out of here. Yeah, there's really nothing else, huh? We really are spoiled for choice as human beings go. Imagine having all these options and going, ugh. Oh, hopping Duskbloods? No way. I'd rather play the game on the system I use the most. I could play on my Steam Deck, but I'd rather play on my Switch too. I'm kind of like that. I would rather have things be there, but I don't know. I feel like it's also better for me to just spread them out. Okay, I just like hearing the beginning. You know, one day they're going to patch this and they're going to put Karlach's picture up there. And until they do, I'm banning the game. What's on PS Plus? Well, I don't have PS Plus. Will it still show me? How do I look? Game catalog. Monthly games? Core Keeper? Shouldn't it just go to a screen that has all the monthly games on there? Yeah, 'cause I don't have PS Plus. How much is it? $160 a month or $80? I would get that. $80 a month. Or $80 a year. That seems high. You only get maybe you only get the screen if you have PS Plus. Benefits. See, yeah, I used to come here and go to monthly games, and it just tells you what they go view games. That's new. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't have PS Plus anyway, so at this point, I'm just sort of farting around the menu screens. Yeah, I think we'll probably just call it. I don't really feel like jumping into anything. $160 a month. No, it was $160 a year, but it's still like, Yeah, I think it's just me. If I'm being completely honest with you. Yeah, if I'm being completely honest with you, I think it's just me. That's just like, I went to bed late. I woke up early. Like, I went to bed late. I woke up early. I was supposed to be doing some stuff, and then I didn't do it. So, I don't know. I think mentally I'm just in a bad headspace today. It'd probably be better for me to call it early. Plus, if I call it early, I can start building this model kit here. I'm probably going to do... Yeah, I need a sweet treat. I think I need food, if I'm being honest with you. I think I need, like... You know what I need? I need, like a... You know what I need? I need greasy meat. I need, like, some fried chicken or something. I think I really need that. I'm all rivals using Emma or being used by Emma. I mean, both good choices. Both good choices. Taco's great. I crust up some tortilla chips and then wrap the meat chips and cheese in a soft shell. Greasy meat like this taco. Korean fried chicken. Whopper grill it is. Do I have a Cane's? Or is that the way? I think we're getting Cane's. But I don't have one in my area. Popeyes all day. Popeyes, I like their tenders. Their chicken is good. If I'm gonna have a chain piece of chicken, I'm as basic as I can possibly get. You give me a KFC original recipe chicken breast, and I'm good. That to me is some of the best. Because I crunchy chicken I'm okay with, but I would rather have original recipe. Oh my God, its skin is amazing. And I'm making my okay. I'm definitely hungry because I'm saying that, and my stomach is now hurting again. Cane's is better than KFC and Chick-fil-A. It doesn't make me feel like I'm dying like Popeyes. My issue is KFC's quality really depends on where you live. That's funny because I feel like KFC is always really consistent. I don't know that it's the very, very best, but I feel like it's always consistent. I'll eat the napkins from Popeyes probably, except for the biscuits from KFC. Because when I get KFC biscuits, it's hit or miss. They're either really good or they're overdone, or they're just slightly overdone. Cane's is definitely not. It's hard carried by toast and sauce. The original chicken pieces hit or miss. Also, from my Boston memory, Cane's makes okay chicken and a decent sauce. Oh, you know what I got? I bought chicken tenders. Maybe I'll just make some chicken tenders then. That's probably what I'm gonna have to do because I can feel it. Cane's chicken has imagination seasoning on it. They hit it. They took the seasoning, right? You take the seasoning where you're going to shake it on the chicken, and they were just like, whoa, look, the seasoning is close to the chicken. It's like how they flavor, what is it? LaCroix? The soda? That's how they flavor LaCroix. You didn't know that? They take a big container of LaCroix and they put it near some fruit, and then the essence of the fruit wafts over to the soda, and then that's how they get it. That's how it gets its flavor. That's how they keep it so that you can tell that it's flavored, but you're not entirely sure that you're not imagining it. They went to season it and it spilled behind them. Now, you want good tennies? Go to a PDQ. PDQ. Philadelphia Dairy Queen? What's that? I thought they flavored it just by saying you're a fruit to the drink over and over. Go to Japan and eat literally anything. It's just way better quality for money than in the U.S. I don't know. I get the chicken tenders that I get are pretty good. They are pretty good. All right. So I think that will actually do it for today. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for cutting it a little short. The good news is I am going to have some time to look it up, and maybe I can change things. This is PDQ. Oh, PDQ is another specialty chicken spot, but they must only be in the South. Yeah, it seems smaller. Now imagine those pretty good tenders, but your stomach didn't hurt an hour later. That's Japan. There's also a Wingstop near me, but they're very inconsistent. We have a wing place. I think it's Wings to Go or something, or I'm not entirely sure what it is. Oh, the slight change of camera and the light from the window were enough to throw me off. Wait, for what? For here? Oh, wait, why does my thing look so different? Oh, because the door's open. I didn't close the kitchen door, so now the sunlight's coming through. Oh, wow, it does look kind of different, though. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully I feel much better. Oh, one last question before we go. So I was looking at my setup. I was trying to figure out for like the Gunpla building stuff, because I have another desk over here, and then that's where all the Gunpla, like literally it's right here. So that's where all that stuff is. But then I was looking at how to have a setup where I could probably move all of that stuff around, or that I could build Gunpla here. Would that be something that, like, oh, we want to watch you build Gunpla, or you're just like, nah, we'll save it? I feel like I'm going to save it for the videos, but I don't know. I like to run stuff by you guys just to see how you feel. For all I know, maybe there's something that I should be doing that's actually really, really cool. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second here. Close that. I'm going to close that. I'm going to leave that open. I have my Amazon shopping cart open, and I'm trying not to click to buy what I want to buy. But Twitch. Oh, Trios. I'll send you to Trios. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, I think it's going to do it for today. I'm sorry. I wanted to stream a little bit longer today, but I don't know. I'm just feeling kind of out of it, and I really, really need to get some food in me. But so that is going to do it for today. So thank you, everybody, for stopping in and for hanging out. I very, very much appreciate it. Tomorrow, we will be live again. I don't know what we'll do. I will try to figure out what I want to do and have something ready to go. And we'll probably just like sort of slack off and do something, play some Splatoon or something like that. And then, was this? I just got back. Oh no, I'm sorry, Jav. Yeah, we'll probably like play some Splatoon, or we'll try to figure out something for then. And then on Monday, I will try to have something, either Dragon Quest or Titanfall 2. That I will commit to that now. Monday is the beginning of either Titanfall 2 or Dragon Quest 11S. Yeah, you're in a rut. It happens. Marcos, I think it's really just like a day or two, because I was kind of feeling okay yesterday, and I got up and I was going to. So what I've decided on my schedule is that stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Wednesday I will try to do something else video related. I'm going to try and I'm going to start trying to make videos, whether it's going to be a discussion about a topic, or a Gunpla, or a model build, I should say, a model build, because I may want to do Gunpla. I may want to try some other kits. Like I'll get a Warhammer figurine and some paint and try to do that one day. I have my Lego sets. I have the 2 Lego sets that I want to build, so we can do like a Lego build. So I want to make Wednesdays that. And I was all ready to go. I woke up yesterday and I was like, all right, I got the kits here. I'm going to do the Strike Freedom Gundam, and I just had no motivation to do anything. I ended up just sitting down and just kind of relaxing, like, all right, and I wanted to do, like, I did stuff around the house. I did some laundry, I did some dishes. So I got some stuff done, but it was like, I don't know. I just didn't feel like doing it. So then I thought I would do it today, and right now I'm thinking, all right, I can stop and I can get some food, and then I can do at least some of the video, right? I can have some video for it. But even then, I'm like, I don't know. We'll see. I vote Prime 3 for Monday, but no pressure. It'll most likely be Titanfall or Dragon Quest. It'll most likely be one of those. And if it's Dragon Quest, we'll start over. I won't use my game file, my demo save. If you see me on Rivals, come check out some Emma action. Are we friends on there? I never really look. I always just turn Rivals on and then I start playing, which is probably what I'm going to end up doing after this. I'm going to try and play a little bit and see if I can get I got all the Deadpool stuff. I'm trying to get the Squirrel Girl outfit. Oh, really quick in Rivals before I send you over to Trios. So there's a luxury battle. Well, there's a battle pass, and then there's sometimes it says battle pass, sometimes it says luxury battle pass, sometimes it says premium. Is premium the same thing as the regular base battle pass? Because I have enough points. I was probably just going to use it just so that I can get all of the stuff that I can get, even though most of it looks like garbage to me. I wasn't sure if that is the same thing. It says go premium, but then I don't know what it's supposed to mean. The fact that you have to ask means it's confusing and not. Yeah, because sometimes it says buy the battle pass, but then one of the other things says go premium. But it costs the same amount of currency as buying the base battle pass. So I'm not sure why it's labeled that way. I earned points over time just from playing, and I got the 10. Yeah, and that's what I was going to get, the $10 one. But does that count as going premium? One of them instantly unlocks everything. No, I don't want that one. Yeah, does that count as going premium? Because one of the other events, the Harley Quinn, the Squirrel Girl event, the one with the Squirrel Girl with the Christmas outfit, it says go premium because I have all these gold acorns that I can't use. But it says go premium, but it doesn't say battle pass, so I wasn't sure if it was the same thing or not. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it was worded the way it was, but I'll probably get it just to get it. All righty. But like I said, that's going to do it for today. So tomorrow we'll be back, and then on the weekend, I'm not sure if we're going to be streaming, but then on Monday we'll start a whole new game, and we'll see how that goes. For right now, I'm going to send you over to Trios. Trios is playing... Hold on, I just had them open a second ago. Where are you? Where are you? Trios is playing Diablo 1? I think they're playing Diablo 1. It's worded so badly you buy... Yeah, it's worded badly so you buy the wrong one. Yeah, which is what I'm trying to avoid. But yeah, I'm going to send you over to Trios. Trios is playing Diablo 1. So stick around after the credits, and I will send you over there to hang out and represent us very well. But thank you once again, everybody, for stopping in and for hanging out. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And I will see you all tomorrow.